All right, we are live. NashvilleLou Live is on the air. May 25th, 2023. See that My Saki card up there? That is one of multiple epic cards on the prize wheel. And it might actually make sense before we get started with the gameplay. Take just a quick peek at that. See if I've got the prize wheel setting functioning correctly here. Not always a given on that, but I believe I have it set up the way that I want it. And look up there at the top on this right side here on the list. Loot pack number 6 was given to me. I'll gladly give away. The rest is from my own personal collection that I'm putting up for grabs here for people that can beat me in player versus player matches in Warsaken. Now is it May or Mai? M-A-I. When I always listen back to my old broadcasts after the fact to find out things that I might have said correctly or incorrectly, things that can improve for the future. And I found myself going back and forth the M-A-I. I'm thinking my pay. Is it? I don't know. So I'm never intentionally get anybody's name wrong. Put it like that. So we got the epics, some ultra rares. This is just rare, but it was when I had Atomic Hub sorted from most valuable to least, it was up near the top. So while it is just rare, that's better than you might think at a glance. A lot of super rares, more than I had last time, and then some very rares. And I took the uncommon off the board because it was just kind of in the way. So we've got a nice variety here. It's 50 spots on the wheel. So you'll be starting off. The first person to beat me here today is going to have a shot, a 3 at 50 shot, either a loot pack or one of those epics. So that should be a lot of fun. Thank you. I've been watching other streams, trying to make sure that what I'm offering is up to snuff. Again, I don't want to be like the kid at the junior high science fair that made his own project and it looks kind of dinky. And then 2 booths down is the kid whose parents helped a lot and it looks first rate. So I want to make sure that I'm meeting the expectations of the audience, but also making sure that we have this ready to go, and I think we do. So we'll go ahead and get started here. So yes, the prize wheel, I mean, we'll see how many people end up beating me here today. And I'll keep adding, if for some reason we have some poor luck as far as that goes with the prizes today, I'll keep the good prizes on there for next time and add even more. So we'll get to that. So let's get this started here. And I'll do so by hitting next, moving my name out of the queue. Go ahead and join up in the queue, hit exclamation point join. You want a shot at one of those prizes. And what I ask is for the person who's playing me to provide the code. And please, don't snipe the code, please, anyone else. But so if you could, please go ahead and send a code this way. We can get connected and get started here in just a moment with Warsaken Blitz. Double check something as far as the live stream goes, making sure it's running properly. It seems to be, at least on this screen. So I'll take that as a good sign. All right, I've got the code. Thank you for that. And unlike my broadcast last night with blockchain brawlers, this is not on any. I'm starting to type this in the wrong chat box. There's not a delay for this like there is for brawlers. So I say honor system as far as not cheating or whatever, but we're playing this for fun, right? But also for prizes, so we'll see how it goes. And the other thing I have to do here is to turn up the in-game volume slightly. So the in-game audio is great. Okay. I like this. I don't have any sort of building cards early to get in the way, which they tend to do. 3 of the 8 are WMD, which is not ideal. I'd rather just have the 2. But I can't complain about a pair of needles. I'm not going to take a chance on a mulligan. I'll keep it. Yeah, with brawlers, I mean, to me, Alright, so it's my opponent's turn. I love the idea of anything where I can interact with an audience, and it's easier to do that here since there's not the delay. Triple WMD. I'm losing 2 territories out of the gate. So just like that, I'm down to 2 territories. The WMD, effective early. And then a weather card played. My turn. 5. Okay, 2 and 2 on the WMDs. But I'm still iffy on putting those out early, especially when you've got other options. So we'll play the pair of force duos, the L1 needle and the W1-MG. Now, for those of you who are new to Warsaken Blitz, you'll see different indications and notes on these cards. With the exception of morale, you can ignore that for Blitz. Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. It's very good as far as helping people get in early. Nothing as far as any 2 of a kind besides WMD. I'm going to hold off on that, so I could just put one of these out there as a one-off, but okay, I'll do it. Roman. I could use the Roman or the John Ryder. They're different cards, but they're both force cards, and that's the idea of it's the category that it falls into with Blitz. With Blitz, you start with 1 leader card, 4 territories, and then deck of 60. The deck of 60 is referred to as the arsenal. Get your arsenal, then your discard pile. Pair of force cards there. Weather's the one next to it. Roll to 3. Okay, not great. I can play the pair of blinding sandstorms. And then I'll pull the Roman off the board. Because I don't have a match for it, and I want to have a 4th spot open. It doesn't matter which one of the 4. The Legion is what it's called, the battlefield area there. That's the Legion. I think I'm saying that right with the Legion. It's not... Are the cards themselves, or is the space referred to as a Legion, or both? So a pair of force cards there with that jet. You got the agent and the jet with those forces. 1 more at each, and you only get up to 4 that you can have in your deck of any one card, so it does make it somewhat challenging. 1. Oof. Again, at this point, I value that 4th spot being open well beyond even, especially at WMD. As I already noted before, those get targeted if I put them out there. If I fill a 4th spot with it especially, asking for it. So as much as I don't want to, I will end the turn here. And the problem with blockchain brawlers right now is just there aren't enough people playing it. So that's going on hiatus. My Wednesday night, I'll be doing something. 10 p.m. Wednesday night. It's a great time for me to stream, but the way it looks now, won't be brawlers for next week. So here's 3 of a kind, that jet, force, and I'm down to 1 territory, just like that. Pair of building cards. A building card lets you either refill your artillery with 6 cards from your discard pile at random, or what normally is used for in Blitz is to bring back 3 cards from your discard pile to your hand, and you get to pick them. My turn. 5. Okay, so I can do the 3 of a kind with the needles.
Select target.
It's a force card, so I'll be taking out one of my opponent's 4 territories, the Golden Farmlands. The war zones replace your cards, thank you. So the Legion, the troops that are out there, or is that, am I wrong about that? The war zone. Okay, 4 more to go, and it makes sense. I mean, it's Warsaken, after all. I can play the pair of successful mole hunts, the intel cards. I could play a pair of building cards. I really don't want to do both because I'd be filling up those 4 spots. I think the intel might be the more valuable of the 2 at the moment. Now, maybe it's not a good idea to put it out there if it's more valuable, but you have to pick your poison at some point. And there aren't any intel cards out there for my opponent right now. Although 3 of a kind, and it can be played just like that. It's a 6 for my opponent. I could be in serious trouble here. If they match up with that Agent Zera out there in the war zone, there are already 2 of them. That could be the 4th as far as my territories to go, which would leave my leader compromised. And so that was that 3 of a kind with weather cards, which means an extra roll to die. A pair of forces. There's 1 more to go with that. It's going to take out my last territory. Instead, it's a spot removed from the board. And then the extra return, thanks to the weather card, a 1 was rolled. We'll have at least 1 more turn. All right, so a weather card out there in that 4th spot. My turn. Up against it. 1. Okay. It's a weather. So I can show you what a weather card does here. You can either get 3 additional actions to your current turn, or you get an extra turn, so you get an extra roll to die. And I almost always go with this. Like, if I had, like, 3 that I needed to play right now to beat a compromised leader with a force, okay. But usually, now there is risk with that. You roll it, and if it's a 2 or something, it's not as many actions as you would have had you not taken it. 5. Okay, I'll play the WMD. Captured leader. WMD takes out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Mount Uptania. Ruins of the Brotherland. So we're both at 1 territory right now. And I have 2 actions I can take in this turn. I could play the guard tower here and go back for the L1 trio that I've already played, but I couldn't play all 3 in this turn. And at this point, I don't know if going back for that, if I'll even have time for it as far as my turns go. And to that end, I'll play the pair of weather cards here, the Violent Tornadoes. Now it's my opponent's turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Appreciate you checking this out here on a Thursday afternoon. I really think Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, it's going to be a pretty good spot for live streaming. As far as finding people to play in Warsaken Blitz, there's 3 of a kind for the Force.
Leader compromised.
Love that voiceover in this game. That's a voice that is not kidding around with you. So 3 of a kind with the building cards. And that means going back to get a force out of there in all likelihood. So if my opponent rolls a 3 or higher in the next turn, it'll be curtains for me. I have to do something right now. 3. Okay. I can compromise my opponent's leader by taking out that 4th territory with the Romans. But it's only 3 for this turn, so I have to hope my opponent rolls a 1 and doesn't have an action card to match a 2 of a kind on the board. That's what it's looking like at this point. 3 of a kind with the Romans.
Select target.
Banker Island, the 4th of the 4 territories.
Compromised.
So I've compromised my opponent's leader. Roll of 1. Okay, I still have a chance potentially unless there's an Agent Zera that was drawn there. Or if they were just sitting on 1 and waiting an extra turn for some reason, which would be unlikely. There's 3 of a kind. All right, good game. All right, congratulations. Now give me just a moment and we'll get to the prize part of this. Now, if I did this correctly, you'll see the prize wheel here in just a second. Hey, there it is. Good game. Zara finishes with Zara. That worked out well. So if you would, please let me know which WAM or whichever wallet you want me to send this to. Go ahead and exclamation point join for anybody wanting to join the queue. I'll get this going here in just a moment. It's a 1 in 50 shot here on the wheel. I thought I had it. Okay, I've got this right here. This particular part of it is slightly cumbersome at the moment. I'm still getting used to the sequence of what I need to do to make this work quickly, so bear with me for a moment, please. Okay. Let me look in chat and see if I have... I want to make sure I have the correct address for everybody with this, so... Okay, there it is. The one that... Small all. I'm going to copy-paste. I'm able to do that on this computer. That's part of why I'm not moving the fulfillment side over to the computer where I have the wheel of names, because I'm going to err on the side of copy-paste on somebody's address, getting it right, because the blockchain isn't much about redos, if you haven't noticed by now. Okay, so I have this written down. The address, and I'll go ahead and shuffle it a few times. I'll get the look here. I mean, it's the Lou Pickney 06. Got a 1 in 50 shot at all of these. A couple of epics, some ultra rares, a bunch of super rares, and some very rares. So pretty nice selection. I'll give it a few shuffles. This is a random draw with wheelofnames.com. And here we go. All right, the very rare Control the Message, number 859. And I will be able to do the fulfillment part of this here live, although I'm going to have to... Oh, I didn't prep properly. I need to... This will take just a moment, please, so please stand by. This will be coming from my fulfillments wallet. So if you see that one, what is this? That's me. It's just what I have. Make it easier as far as sending out things to people that win contests here on NashvilleLou Live. Okay. So I've logged into the Anchor wallet. Now I can pull up the Control the Message. And I'll show you the card here in just a second on screen. At least I think I'll be able to. Make sure I can do it before I promise something that I can't deliver, but I should be able to from what I tested earlier. So Control the Message, and it's number 859. Make sure I'll copy the address there for you. I had to go back to the main menu part here to do the transfer. Put this in here, the memo, NashvilleLou Live. Prize. And today's date. And actually, I think as I do that, I can do this. The slate up. I probably should have just done that initially, but I want to make sure I had it written down with the correct one. Oh, I didn't have the right overlay with this, did I? Oh, I did it wrong. Hang on. I forgot I created a new scene for this. There we go. All right, so there it is, the extended assembly hours. I have to send it from over here. All right, so that's been sent. Congratulations. We'll get the next match started here in just a moment. And I need to find a way to make sure I keep the queue on screen. Just for me putting this together for today, that was something that, due to time constraints, it's not going to be a viable option for me. All right, so the wheel of names and why is that showing as an owner? Did it not go through? I don't want to say I've sent something and have it not actually have sent. I went through. Why is it not? Oh, that's because I'm looking at the wrong one. I pulled the extended assembly hours by mistake. Okay. Let me just move on here. We'll go ahead and get things going in just a moment. Actually, I'm going to pull it out. I do want to show you that I really do have it here. Just control the message. I pulled it extended assembly hours. I got it right as far as what I sent. Oh. This is going to take a little bit of getting used to here. Now I have to go to the transfers to pull up the one I just sent. There we go. Oh, I pulled up the wrong screen after all that. Oh my goodness. See, there it is. Okay. So control the message. Number 859 has been sent. Congratulations. All right. So I'll go ahead and hit next. Could please send me a code. That tends to work better, I found. The way I've got it set up here, I can't copy and paste. And feel free to join the queue. Exclamation point join. One thing with this, I will have to make sure I take regular breaks. The last stream I did, to show you how much fun I was having with it, went 3.5 hours, or just about 3.5, and didn't take a single break. But I don't think that's a good thing necessarily, because I was hurting on Tuesday. Sitting in the same position, my neck can get... One of the fun things, and by fun I mean not fun, things about getting older. Everything hurts. All right, so I got the code. Thank you for that. I'll go and get this typed in. We'll get started here in just a second with another match of Warsaken Blitz. Hey, Soul the Cat. Yeah, we can play. I've been the last couple of times when you had a live stream, I've been working on stuff, and I do some, my multitasking kicks in.
Warsaken.
We have a chance here. Soul the Cat after this match. And anybody else that wants to go ahead and get in the queue, feel free. Exclamation point join. Okay, so I've got a pair here of the Romans, 2 building cards. I'm not crazy about that. So I'll use a mulligan. Okay, this is better. I've got a pair of intels, a pair of forces. Oh, and yeah, 1 WMD, no building cards. I'm happy with that. You have the option of taking a second mulligan, but then you just get whatever they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card. There are times, though, where that proves to be helpful. But I mentioned that before about the regular breaks, so please, if it gets to be about 50 or 55 past the hour, I'll probably take a break for a few minutes. So for people in the queue, keep that in mind. And I'll try and, if somebody's in a hurry and needs to go before, then we can make adjustments. I've been contemplating what to do as far as... I was offered affiliate years ago and opted to not take. The option, I guess, is still there as far as I know. Well, like before the pandemic, like 2019, whenever it was, I was streaming a lot of Fire Pro stuff. But I like having this where it doesn't show any ads to anybody. And nobody feels obligated to have to subscribe, because there are some people out there that produce some great content. And I don't want people to feel like I'm trying to compete with them for that. By the same token, though, I've learned things about how affiliates, you get like higher priority when it comes to transcoding your stream and some other things that give me like, beyond just any financial interests. Because my idea is to have fun with this and to spotlight games that are entertaining to play live and chat with friends and all sorts of stuff. So the pair of weather cards there will play a pair of intels as well, the Ascent Architectural Plan. And now it's your turn. Alright, so plenty staring me down from the other side there. A couple of force cards. A couple of duos of weather cards. My turn. 2. Oof. Well, at least I've got 2 spots open. I've got, it's whichever force. They serve the same function. And Warsaken Blitz. Remember, it's the categories that matter here. The one thing that does matter is morale, but we'll get to that. But it's really easy to learn Warsaken Blitz. And it's not difficult to put a deck together that doesn't put you at any sort of disadvantage. I've got some blood foils, I've got some gold, I got some nice cards. But I'm not at any sort of strategic advantage over somebody with just a bunch of commons. There's 3 of a kind. The Force. Danny, I understand. Appreciate you coming by and playing earlier. Chatting with us here in Twitch chat. And here we go, 3 of a kind with the intel. Now this could get interesting. With the intel, you got a couple options. You got 3 options actually. You can mill 6 of your opponent's cards, take their arsenal. 6 cards go to the top of the arsenal into the discard pile. You can make your enemy discard 3, but they get to choose. With only 8 cards, that might be a consideration in some cases. Well, I'm going to do some bouncing here. And be careful not to hit the red if you don't want to knock out both of them, because that will knock out all of them, as many as you have options to knock out.
Select target. Select target.
So I'm bouncing 1 of each of those. Had to leave 1 of them with 2. 3 actions still to go for this turn. I can play a pair of S21Rs. And I'll leave 1 action that I'll just have to not use. In turn. Just really don't like filling up that 4th spot out there in the war zone, excuse me. As try not to lose my voice. That's another thing, trying to figure out with live streaming. I don't want to short space myself and end up sounding like Jim Ross at the end of a 1999 WWF pay-per-view, screaming stone cold with a hoarse voice. There's 3 of a kind with a weather, which means another roll to die here. What's going on, G-Daddy? Hello. So it's a roll of 5 for my opponent. Thank you for the follow. Pennybags Jr., thank you. All right, rolled a 2. Ooh, okay, a 2. Well, make 3 of a kind with the S21Rs.
Select target.
So the port of Karmasani out. So the morale for my opponent goes from a 20 to a 17. I don't have a morale-based deck for this round, but where it has on your card like -5, that would be a better one to target than like a -1. If you're going after a morale-based play there, I've got 2 spots open out there, and I've got a pair of John Riders, so I'll play one of those. And that'll end my turn. No, y'all been running me off. If anything, the community has been great. I mean, I felt very much encouraged to live stream and to play Warsaken Blitz. There are people wanting to play, and that's important. So it's looming ominous over there. 3 sets of 2 with force cards. 4. Okay, I can play the second John Ryder, but I'm going to be... Got a pair of building cards. And another pair of building cards. But if you put those out there, you fill up that 4th spot and you really put yourself in a bind, I think. So I'll play the one John Ryder that I have here to make 2. And as much as I don't like ending turns and just... It feels like I'm squandering it somewhat, but strategically, it just makes sense to keep that 4th spot out there in the war zone open. So, I'm going to end the turn. Well, thank you. I was lucky that very early on, I was able to pick up a lot of nice cards on the market. I still think people just didn't appreciate the value of what they had from some of those packs. Or they needed the wax and were willing to sell it at the price that I was definitely willing to pay. So I'm down to 2 territories. I forced taking out my second one there. That's 2 of a kind. Oh, how cold is it getting up there at night, Soul the Cat, up in Oregon? I've never been to Oregon. I've been to Seattle, but Pacific Northwest is beautiful. And I think the next time I visit Seattle, I've got a good buddy of mine that lives up there, buddy Scott, who I worked with in Tampa in television many years ago. Okay. I'll play the W1MG. That'll be 3 of a kind, a force that'll take out the second of my opponent's 4 territories. What was I saying over here about the ruins of the Brotherland at -5 morale? Not really an issue for me with this particular deck configuration, but if I were going after morale, that would be one to target. So that's the exception to the rule as far as with Blitz and disregarding the actual specific text on a given card, because it's about categories with this game, which is great for helping people to learn it, at least in my opinion. We'll use one of these interrogation facilities. I've got 2 sets of 2 with the building cards, and it doesn't matter which one I use. But to that end, they do the same thing in Blitz. Again, it makes it very easy to learn. 3. Got those actions sitting out there. Oh, the high desert, interesting. Yeah, I've heard at night in the desert can get cold. So freeing up some space over there, my opponent clearing out that 4th spot. And then playing a force there. Uh-oh. 3. Okay. So I can play the interrogation facility. This is my discard pile. Go for the intel and go after some of those 2 of a kinds out there, play some defense. But if I do that, that ends my turn, though. That's the problem with the building card. It takes, I mean, it's 1 out there already, so I wouldn't be able to do it this turn necessarily, or at all. But that's okay, I'll go ahead and do it. So, and if somebody's going after your arsenal and trying to mill you down to 0, which will make your leader vulnerable, but approach here, I'm going to return 3 to the hand, and I'll bring back the trio of intel cards here. I have one more roll of the die. There aren't any intel cards on the board that might... If you're staring down like intel or a pair of intel cards out there, you might want to be careful what you put out there on the board as far as what might get targeted. If you have 3 of a kind particularly. But in this case, I'm going to do it. It's my opponent's turn. One. I lived in Tampa, Florida for 5 years. Those like springtime afternoon thunderstorms. Time-honored tradition. 4. We get a lot here in Nashville as well, though. All right, here we go. So I'll play the WMD. I'm not going to have to worry about the intel. I couldn't even get the intel in time to... Well, if I played... Well, maybe I should think about this for a second before I do anything rash. If I go boom, boom, boom. You know what? No, I'm just going to play it here. Or should I? Okay, let's think. There's a bunch of options that could be out there with those force cards. And all it would take is, well, it would need, you know what? Let's do it this way. Okay. WMD. Let's just play that.
Select target.
Fermi energy plants. And vast hinterland. Ow.
Compromised.
Now, how are the in-game sounds? Is the audio okay as far as the voiceover? I want to make sure it's not getting too high as far as that goes. I don't want to blow anybody out. I'll play the second architectural plan. A John Ryder drops into my hand. For my next turn, I'll be able to win. With a roll of 5 there, if 3 of those actions, or those forces, I should say. Yeah, 5 actions for the turn. 3 of those match up with whatever's drawn there. If there's something they're sitting on, it could be curtains for me. There's 3 of a kind. I'll be down to 1 territory. Yeah, Nashville has changed so much. I grew up here in Nashville. Even when I was working in television and radio in Tampa and Columbus and Huntington and a lot of other places. There's my 4th territory out.
Compromised.
So if there's 3 of a kind with a force up there, if there's 1 more of those, I'm done. That's 3 of a kind. I'm going to lose this one. All right. Good game. All right. So I'll make a note here. So I lost this one here. We'll go to the prize wheel in just a second. So the music's, yeah, the music I have low intentionally because I don't want to blast myself. If it sounds too low, I can always adjust it. But the end game, because my music is different than what I have from the end game as far as I just don't want, like, if the voiceover guy's blasting people, I don't realize that I don't want to keep it going like that. So, okay, if it sounds good, then I'll leave it and be good with that. So I'll go ahead and get that pulled up here. If you could, let me know which wax address you want me to send this to, please. I know there's the in-game address that lists that it shows you, but I don't want to. I know some people don't necessarily want that to be the one it goes to. With that. All right. So over to the prize wheel now. So went from 1 in 50 to now 1 in 49 shots in these top prizes. And now I've mixed it all up and everything, but I have a couple of epics in there. We got Loot Pack. That's the big one, Loot Pack 06. That was given to me to give away, and now you've got a chance to win. You shuffles, this is wheelofnames.com. All right, and I'll make sure I'm going to copy and paste that wax address there for you, so I'll make sure I've got going to the correct place. And we'll give it a spin. Let me make sure I've got the screen pulled up correctly, and I do. And here we go. All right, very rare scent architectural plan number 739. I'll go ahead and transfer that one over to you. NashvilleLou Live prize, today's dates. Actually, right before I send that, I will switch over to that as far as the scene goes. I have to get the sequence of this figured out. Double check, make sure I got the address correct, and I do. There. So you see it's in my possession at the moment, but that's about to change. I'm going for my fulfillments with an S. Fulfillments wallet. And voila. So there it is, number 739, sent architectural plan. Exclamation point, join to enter the queue. We'll get this next game going here. Just a moment. This will be the last match before I take a slight break. I'm gonna have to make myself take some breaks because I know how this goes. All right. Congrats on the win. And with some of this, I'm not sure what does and doesn't make for the most compelling content as far as, I mean, again, as I've noted before, with game shows, there's a reason they tape those ahead of time and that they don't show you the part where people are filling out forms and handling fulfillment and all that, because that isn't quite, it's not the fun part as far as the games go. But that's a little bit different of a setup here as far as that goes. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. I've got to make sure I keep notes of this stuff as I go along, or I'm going to lose track. Problem is, this stuff does not always want to cooperate with me as far as moving in any sort of a reasonable speed. I realize that brings the show to a halt as far as the flow goes. Again, this is something I'm learning as I go. So, all right, so let's see. It will be, let me hit next. Oh, no worries there, G-Daddy. Let's actually soul the cat. Then I'm going to take a break, and then you'll be on the other side of that. It'll be like a 5-minute break. I have to, because otherwise, that's what happened last time. 3.5 hours, and then my neck and upper back reminded me the next day of why that was not a good idea. All right. No, we're good here, Soul the Cat. I want to get this going. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out what the right pacing is going to be with that. From a timing standpoint.
Warsaken.
Alright. Taking on Soul the Cat, NashvilleLou playing Warsaken Blitz. This game is so much fun. Two of a kind WMDs. Two of a kind with the forces. No building cards in the way to clog things up early. I'll keep it. And there are better hands you could find out there, but you're taking a risk if you take a mulligan when you've got a decent hand like that. Because then you either have to go with a double mulligan, or you just have a downgrade from what you would have had if you would have gone with it. So, some risk involved, but I mean, it's a game about war after all. Risk is inherent. I like the way the screens, it's subtle enough where it doesn't distract, but it's not like it's the same battlefield design every time. Like this has almost a spray paint effect with it there for Warsaken, while also being, you know, like this is a very dangerous area to cross from the looks of it. Hey, Quadrell's Art, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Those of you joining from Quadrell's Art, welcome. This is NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. You want to get in the queue to play? Got a loot pack. It's now a 1 in 48 chance at this stuff. A couple of epics. Trying to beef up the options on the prize wheel a bit. All right, thank you so much. Nice to meet you as well. Likewise. Tech93, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Bano888, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. I'm over here saying my hellos. Look up and one of my territories is knocked out. Strong start for Soul the Cat. And 3 actions to go still. Uh-oh, that's a WMD. If Soul the Cat gets a third one of those to match up, that's going to take out 2 of my territories. But instead, a weather card. Now it's my turn. 4. Okay, this will work. I'll play a pair of Romans prototypes. And then I'll play a pair of Igors. The electrical engineer. Now it's Soul the Cat's turn. And as a heads up, I will be taking a short break after this match. Like 5 minutes tops. And we'll get right back at it. My turn. 2. Alright, so I can do 3 of a kind with Igor. And that will allow me to take out
Select target.
one of Soul the Cat's territories over here. We'll go after the port of Karmasani. Hello. Alright, 1 more to go for the round. And I'll play one of my 2 freezing rainstorms. Ooh. Now it's Soul the Cat's turn. 3. Nesnara, thank you for the follow. RexyNader0803, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. So, staring down 2 of a kind there, but not 3. My turn. 6. Alright. So... unfortunately, nothing that makes 3 of a kind for me. I'll play the second of the 2 freezing rainstorms. 2 of a kind with that, 2 of the kind with the Roman's prototype. And while I have 5 actions I can take this turn, I don't want to fill up that 4th spot out there in the war zone. Putting out a WMD is just asking for trouble as far as intel cards go in my experience. We'll go with a pair of Nathan Smiths. And it doesn't really matter which force you go with when you've got multiples with 2 of a kind. That's something to keep in mind, but this is different than the intel I could play here, but... or maybe I should. I'm thinking out loud with this. The intel would allow me to do some damage up there, but I don't have... it's not like I've got 3 of a kind revving ready to go over there. So let's play the forces. So, a trio of 2 of a kinds, 1 spot open, but I really don't like filling up that 4th spot unless I've got 3 of a kind that I know I can play in the next round unless my opponent does something to mess things up. So despite the 3 actions remaining, I'm going to end the turn. Four. Funny, I have to make sure that I don't have my microphone muted when I'm not realizing. That happened the last time I broadcasted. I think it was like the fatigue started to set in. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Speaking of paying attention, there goes my 2nd territory. Soul the Cat has me down to 2 territories. There's 2 of a kind with a force. And it's my turn. 2. Okay, 3 of a kind with the Nathan Smiths. We'll play this and take out a territory. The Horde of this, the gold version of the Horde of Resources, this card looks really good. Like, I sometimes think I almost, like, brush off or overlook how great the art is when I'm playing this game. Sometimes I think it's worth taking a moment and say, look at this. That is a nice looking card. And I do that in Eliminated, of course. Nice card nonetheless. I have 1 action I can take for this turn. And since I have 2 of a kind with the Z-27 Tigers, I'll consider that. A little tricky that I've got 2 of a kind with the WMDs. I don't want to get hemmed up on that. I'll play the Intels. Or one of the Intels. So 0 actions for me. My turn ends. Back over to Soul the Cat. NF Team 0173, thank you. Thank you for the follow. There's a 2. Uh-oh, that's 3 of a kind on a WMD. My leader's been compromised. If there's 1 more to go with that force right there, I'm going to lose, but nope. 3. Tricky right here. Because if I play my Agent Zera, it takes my opponent down to 1 as far as their territories. But I'm better off, I think, even though it's super risky and 1 more of those force cards to match out there, and that's the match I lose. Here's what I'm going to do. We'll bring back the assassination attempt. I'll play 2 of the Zeras. Now, when you have 3 of a kind, there are 2 actions remaining in a turn. This is the rare time when it's safe to do this. Since I can't play, I would love to play all 3 potentially, but in this particular case, though, I wouldn't want to get in the way of what I could do with a WMD. If I manage to pull that next time, that may be my only chance to win at this point. And it might not even get to that level. We'll see. All right, so as noted, only 2 played there, but so I played up to the maximum number of actions remaining for me there Even though I had an additional card I could have played had there been enough action. And it would have been. I would have had an extra action. So in that case, I would not have wanted to use the red button there because I wanted to wait to see if I could. Okay, I got lucky there. So Soul the Cat wasn't able to beat me this turn or that turn. Let's see if I can get a WMD card to match. Just 4. Here we go. This will work. This won't give me the win necessarily, but it'll get me close. Play the weather. Freezing rainstorm. Taking that extra turn. Or should I? Yeah, I should. Okay, here's where it's interesting. Got 3 of a kind. I can go and play the Agent Zeras, but that doesn't solve the problem with... Oof. I could play 2 of the Z-27 Tigers. Have that in place. Have my extra roll, my extra turn. I don't know. I feel like I'm I think if I'm waiting around for the WMD for this next roll, but it has to be, I think. It has to be that way. So I'm going to play this a little differently than most would, probably. Or I'll play 2. I'm being careful not to hit the red button. If I hit the red button, it would go ahead and play all 3. And I don't want to do that right now. Or should I? I've got 1 more roll coming up. Well, I've got 4 Zeras now, with 2 out there already. Okay. I don't want to block myself, though. I'll play 1 capture leader. Let's say I roll a number higher than 1 and get a pair of white phosphorus bombs, and I'll be pinned in. The flip side is that's 1 less action I would need for the next turn. I would need at least 1 and 2. Plus, I still need to draw a WMD to make it happen, and I might not. In turn, extra turn. 5. Okay, maybe this will work. Oh my. Just not going to happen with the WMDs. I can compromise Soul the Cat's leader.
Select target.
Energy plants.
Select target.
Vast hinterland.
Leader compromised.
And I can play 3 of a kind here. And so I can, gives me an option. I mean, I need to get that force off the board there, I think. That's, I'll do that.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
All right. Soul the Cat's turn. Both of our leaders are compromised. If Soul the Cat just needs 3 of a kind for a force to beat me, it's a 2. Will I regret leaving that 1 G6 on the board there? We'll find out. So a weather card. That's a good sign for me. All right, let's see. 3. Okay. I can play a weather card here. They'll give me an extra turn. I need to roll at least a 3 here, or get a Roman to drop into my hand. 4. Wow, okay, this is not what I expected. I mean, I can play the intel, but... I'm gonna play the intel. Scorpion, and JVD, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm going to bounce 3.
Select target.
Oops.
Select target. Select target.
2 forces and a weather. Targeted. 1 action I can take here. I'll play one of my Mysakis. Soul the Cat's turn. Where Soul the Cat just has to have 1 trio of force cards to beat me. There's a 4. This could be it. Uh-oh. That's 3. That's the match. Soul the Cat victorious. Good game. All right. Soul the Cat, if you let me know, is it as far as which address, if you want the Soul the Cat address, or if there's something else as far as what you want for this prize. Keep in mind, I'll be taking a break here after I get this fulfillment knocked out for Soul the Cat. We're spinning the prize wheel. Odds just keep getting better and better on those top prizes here. I'll keep the queue open during break. And it's going to be like a 5-minute break. I just have to build in some breaks to this, or otherwise I get locked in and I blink and 3 hours have gone by. Which is a testament to how much fun this game is to play and how much fun it is to chat with y'all and keep all that going. Okay. So I got a 1 in 48 chance of any given item out here. Got a loot pack number 6 is the top choice. Got a couple of epics, including a Spoils of War. We'll do a few shuffles here. Cat of the Soul, that's funny. Soul the Cat, okay. Got that written down here, so I'll be sending that to you here in just a second. Once we do the spin. And again, so a lot of some ultra rares, some super rares, quite a few of the very rares. Maybe you'll get the pack, and we get one of the epics. Good luck, Soul the Cat. Here we go. All right. Very rare burn notice number 388. So I'll get this into you right now, right away. So I see very rares, foil prime, burn notice number 388. NashvilleLou Live with today's dates for Nashville Live prize. They'll be coming from my fulfillments wallet. Fulfillments with an S. Okay, so I'll bring the slate up here. Bump this here. This would have moved smoother if it click the right thing. There we go. Okay. I'm going to figure this out eventually as far as, before you know it, I'll have my muscle memory as far as what to hit when. So congratulations. There it is. Soul the Cat. Burn notice number 388. I'm going to take just like about a 5-minute break here. Other side of the break, we'll be back with some more live matches, giving away prizes here on NashvilleLou Live. Uh-oh. As you see, I'm still trying to make sure I learn the proper sequence for typing this stuff in. There we go. Okay. So back in just a moment. NashvilleLou live. Warsaken Blitz. Back in a moment. All right, back from break. If you could, G-Daddy, it's your turn. If you could, please provide me with a room code, a join code. It really does work out better, I've found, using that approach, as opposed to me giving the code. There we go. And as I've noted before about some other games that I really like, it's the sign of a really good game when you can play and lose and still enjoy having played. And that's what's going on here with Warsaken Blitz. Having fun playing. Haven't won a single game thus far. Single match. All right. Do you have a connect code? Question mark. If you do, if you could please provide. If you need me to, I can. It's just, it really is easier. Because my setup is not the way it is for a lot of people. I was using separate computers for the recording and the gameplay. So the guy, love losing. That's funny. But I mean, the idea with this is people winning prizes on the prize wheel, and the way to do that is to beat me. So it's a positive. All right, G-Daddy, if you're there, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go ahead and bounce on to the next challenger. I know we were talking there before the break, and that's the other side of it as far as how I'm going to plan this out. The format with Warsaken Blitz. A lot of this came together very quickly for me. As far as, okay, this is more than just a hypothetical. As far as the promise that this game offered. And a lot of that is tied directly to how great the community has been. Haha. All right. Well, I tell you what, G-Daddy, if you come back, we'll go ahead and we'll work in when we can. But I have to go ahead and move on to the next competitor. All right. Tech93, if you're here, please provide me with a room code, a connect code. And something I'm going to have to figure out is how long to give people, because I don't want to just like make people wait a long time and then just zip right past them. Because that can be unsatisfying. But there's also, that's just the reality with the live stream, and where you serve as both the host and as the booking coordinator on a live broadcast. Let's create some different kinds of challenges. All right, well, Tech, I'm going to have to go ahead and bounce on to the next, I'm afraid. All right, well, if you come back, Tech, we'll work you in. All right. Yeah, and that's the nature of this. I know that with some of you, this looks like amateur hour, what I have compared to what you all have with some of the 4 at once, and I was like, man, it's fun to watch. It's fun to say, wow, it's keeping track of all that. Okay, so Yeah, it definitely feels like dead air. And for being in radio especially, that's like the radio nightmare. Is this dead air. Is that you don't want to have people flipping the switch. Oh, okay. So Tech, if you're there, Tech, all right. Well, I'd move. Okay, Tech, yeah, let's go ahead, Tech. We'll play, and then Flaw, we can play after that. So Tech, if you can, please provide a code. That's why, again, if somebody thinks, okay, well, I'm 2 back in the line, I can give myself X amount of time, and then unbeknownst to them, somebody in line has to bow out, something that moves them up timetable-wise. I don't want anybody to get hemmed in like that. At the same time, there is the sake of the stream. And this is something, this element of it is new for me as far as, I mean, the whole play with viewers extensions, relatively recent addition for me. But it's worked out well thus far, especially with Warsaken. All right, got the code here. I'll get that typed in. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really is easier this way.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Tech. Okay. So I have 1 building card, nothing matches. So I'll take a mulligan. Okay, this is much better. 3 pairs of 2. I do have 1 building card, that's fine. 1 WMD, fine. Keep it. If you use the second mulligan, you're stuck with whatever they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card. Prefer not to do that if I can avoid it. And I get to go first. 1. Play one of the terrifying storms. All right, Tech, it's your turn. Yeah, even 2 at the same time. Just trying to coordinate it with the on-screen stuff for me is... I mean, for as much as I'm used to... I'm used to broadcasting where you have like a rundown and there's times you have to hit. So this being much more open-ended is much nicer. I would get yelled at. I mean, I'm a grown man getting yelled at by these, you know, these people who have no business yelling at me. Over like, because we got back at 15:03 and not 14:57 past the hour. I'm like, well, you wanted to show some life with our anchors, right? You want people to see these people and identify with them on a human level. I give them the rap. And they keep going. What am I supposed to do? That sort of thing I don't miss at all from television. I miss the people that I worked with for the most part. I worked with some great people. 1 more turn with a trio of weathers. 6. All right. If you're going to use an intel to go after somebody's deck, the earlier the better. And so I'm going to do that here with a trio of intels. There are the 2 force cards out there. With the enemy discard, only with 8 up there, that's 3 that have to go. Play a pair of weathers. And I'll play one of my building cards. There we go. Is there a certain time of day when people tend to be most likely to play? I got the impression that maybe early, maybe a couple hours earlier than right now might be, but I'm not sure on that. An intel clears out my war zone over there. Another duo of force cards and 1 building card. It's my turn. 4. Alright, well, all's fair in turnaround. Control the message. We'll bounce.
Target.
We'll bounce 3 here.
Select target. Select target.
1 of each. And still use 1 more action for this turn. And I'll play guard tower. My opponent's turn. Yeah, that's what the impression I got, Quadrell, with this being this early afternoon U.S. time where it's not too late for people over in Europe. All right, it's my turn. 2. Okay, I can use the guard towers. The guard towers let me go into my discard pile and bring back 3. Okay, so I've got the 2 blinding sandstorms here. But I don't have anything to match with it. Because normally when stuff gets knocked off the board, at least for me, it almost feels like inevitably, if I have something that makes a 3 of a kind, that's when your opponent plays the intel. I could bring back an intel. I mean, it's been... That might not be the worst idea, actually. But I think I'll go weather. So a trio of terrifying storms. That'd be 3 of a kind versus I'm trying to, piece together 2 blinding sandstorms and 1 of something else. Nah, forget that. We'll bring back the trio of terrifying storms. Now it's my opponent's turn. Yeah, you're right, Quadrell. I mean, this really is later than it's probably peak. Like maybe 3 hours ago, give or take. Enough where you get people that are awake on the west coast of the U.S. But again, it's more than... I know that the dimensions of the world go from well beyond just a U.S. scope to the end of Europe. I know from trying to coordinate my schedule to catch tournaments from New Japan Pro Wrestling that are in the middle of the night for me. Like a best of the Super Juniors or the G1. Alright, so 3 sets of 2 out there for my opponent. I've got nothing in my war zone at the moment. Roll a 4. Okay. Trio of weathers. Brought them back. Using them again. Three of a kind with that. We'll get the extra turn. 1 more action to take for this turn. 2 sets of 2 of the WMDs. Putting them out there seems dangerous. Morale. Now, where did this come from? One. Oh, wow, look at that, the WMDs. Which one did I put out there? Yeah, the overtime production. I mean, anyone who's ever had to work overtime, you know how it is. It's like, it does put a dent into the morale if it happens too much. All right, so 2 for my opponent. That's 3 of a kind with the buildings. We'll bring something back from their discard pile. Intel, force, or weather. Or some combination. Maybe they got something to match. Or they may go 3 of the kind with the intel. It's hard to know. Oh. It is kind of funny you can look at your opponent's discard pile. You're allowed to. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. All right, my turn. 2. I'm gonna wait on those. Play a pair of Jacks Nash. I had to get with Nash in the name. You know I had to get that. Shaved head, no less. I'm not quite that slender, but Lou Nash is a different card, I suppose. Roll a 6 for my opponent. This could be trouble for me here. There's 3 of a kind for a force. Take out one of my territories. Four actions to go. Another force. Down to 2 territories. Pair of forces. A standle on my turn. 4. All right. So we'll play the WMD. You can only play 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz.
Select target.
The harbor is -4. -4 for the farmlands. -4 for the oil fields. And -3 for Mount Uptania. Okay. So it's that simple with a WMD. Take out 2 opponent territories. 1 action to go for me for this round. 2 sets of 2 out there, so I've got a spot open. And we'll send Private Sarah. League of Legends. I play every now and then, but I'm not very good at the game at all. And I haven't played in a while. Sorry if that's not what you're looking for there with the question. All right, so let's see. I could go a trio for the morale. I got a trio for the cheetah. I've got 1 as far as spot open. Only 2 actions for this turn. We'll play the pair of cheetahs. And again, if you have 2 actions, even 3 cards, it'll play up to and only up to as many actions as you have remaining there. So the red in this case means 2 of the 3 being played. And now it's my opponent's turn. Roll a 3. Or are you making a joke about League of Legends and LOL? Sometimes in the moment I may lose the context of what's being said. 6. All right. No missing that context. All right. Let's stop and think for a second here. It's 10 morale for my opponent. I've got a Jax out there. Got a private out there. I wonder if I messed up by not leaving a spot open. But I have your overtime production. But what I've got 3 of the kind of is that. Because is it morale, is it -6 or is it -4? I have an idea. I Actually, no. This is the one I'll bring back. Overtime. Now the trio for the non-aggression treaty. -6. Okay, I'm right. So this will be a different tact here. Look at this with the morale. Okay. I could add 3 to myself. That's the other side of it. So it's down to 4 morale. I have 2 actions to go this turn. Nash.
Select target. Compromised.
See? That -4 for the morale took it down to 0 morale. So even with 1 territory left, normally you're okay when that happens, as far as if you're down to 1 territory. But in this case, with a 0 morale, not so good. Now, they could play an intel here and mess me up a bit. But I don't know if that's going to be the move. They could also play a WMD and surprise me. There's 3 of a kind for a force. So I'm down to 1 territory. They still have 3 actions to go here. They could play a weather. They could do a lot of things. There's 3 of a kind for a force. Uh-oh, I'm down to 0 territories.
Compromised.
Two of a kind, but only 2. For that force. My turn. 2. All right. So I'm going to win via morale. To set up the compromised leader. Play a pair of Sarah Vets. Private event.
Select target.
It won't. I wonder if it would let me go after this. I'm almost afraid to click it. I don't want to mess it up. All right. All right, good game. So that was my first time ever winning with a morale-based deck, or any morale in my deck for that matter. Priced a little different here. And, all right, good game. Good game, Tech. So now we will go ahead, I don't want to say people's names wrong. FLAA 92. You can provide me, please, with a Room Connect code. We can get it going here in just a moment. And while we wait, I'll give everybody another look at the prize wheel. Well, it helps if I actually bring up the proper screen for that. Still got to get the sequence down in my head on what the order is going to be on this. There we go. So let me send a note and then Tech back in the queue. Please send a code when you're ready. Oh, Neri 3616. It's my land in Alien Worlds. It's just, if you send it for people that play Alien Worlds, you can pick a spot to mine. And I've got it like at 5%. So I get a little bit of a cut from it. So I wouldn't expect somebody to mine there all the time. But the idea is for people that play, if there are some people that play Alien Worlds, and people that don't, if they're not interested, that's okay. But for those that do, I've owned that land for a while. And I've had ideas for a long time about cross promotion, all sorts of stuff. But for now, it's just my presenting sponsor. Ideas for that as well. But I'm giving a look at the prizes I'm giving away here on NashvilleLou Live. Epic May Saki. Epic Spoils of War. And then where's that pack? There we go. Loot pack number 6 in there as well. I'll go ahead and type this code in. We'll get started with this next match. Helps if I enter.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Okay. So I do have a duo there with the 2 control the messages, but I've got 2 building cards, nothing else matches, so we'll go ahead and use a mulligan. Alright. This one has a pair of matching intels, this one has a pair of matching forces, 1 each on the WMDs, only 1 building, which I like, so I'm not going to use the second mulligan. That's a risky move. I'll keep it. So again, for those of you new to Warsaken Blitz, you start off in Blitz with 1 leader card, 4 territories, and then a deck of 60. A deck of 60 is called your arsenal. And it's 8 cards for each player from his or her respective arsenal. The game randomly decides who goes first. I believe it's random how it's decided. And then we'll go from there. So my opponent rolls a 2. That's a pair of WMDs. 2. Play a pair of Romans prototype cards. It's a force card. Great avatar up there, by the way. Dog with knife. A pair of weather cards. That's 2 sets of 2 of the WMDs. Now it's my turn. 6. Alright, so 3 slots open there in my war zone. Nothing to make a trio, so I'll go pair of tigers. I'll go with a pair of blinding sandstorms. And while I do have 2 actions remaining for this turn, I don't want to fill up that 4th spot. So I'll end the turn. Yes, great profile pick. And while I have my overlay for this, what it normally looks like, I'll show you here. I'll go ahead and roll the die here. It's my turn. That has like the blue dot shows up when it's your turn. It has my blue logo and my WAM address. So it's the easiest place to put something to not get in the way as far as for my branding with my overlay. So I rolled a 2. I don't have any matches for 3 of a kind. I want to keep that last spot open. I don't know if something drops in for the next turn, who knows what it's going to be. So the worst is when this happens and you roll a 6. That happened to be my last stream the first time. I knew at some point it would. So I try to keep that in mind. At least it's not a 6 that I rolled there. In turn. Although at least if you roll a 6, you're getting 6 cards then. So that normally won't happen. Which is what made it all the more noteworthy. Well, look, a dog with a knife. A photo, okay, that thing shows up in front of me here. We have some problems. Back away from the controller. All right, so those 4 spots are taking up 2 each. 6. Play the weather. Need an extra turn. Play the Roman.
Select target.
Yeah, I'll go with the Port of Carmasani. Yeah, I mean, luck plays into it. That's part of it. Luck of the draw. All right, so a few options here. At the building trio, I could play with the Romans. Could play a pair of intels. Either set of a pair of intels. Could play, I mean, almost want to wait on that. And yet, I think if I'm going to do it, I have to here. And we'll go with the Romans. One more action for me for this turn. We have 2 each out there without any intels on the board, so we'll go with that. Can I play? Well, there's a reason I'm doing this and not playing 4 at a time. I'm still learning. I'm still relatively new to this.
Select target.
Okay. Benkir Island. 2 more actions. Plenty of room out there. Maybe I should. I think I didn't really do this one. Sometimes you need to stop and think before you move in this game. But then I don't know if I would have worked the other way. We'll do this and see what happens. Enemy's turn. Now you can go. I wonder if at some point they might end up putting a timed game option in for Blitz. Like, I don't want this to turn to speed chess or anything, because that end game gets unwieldy. There's a roll of 4. Let's see. Uh-oh. Cleared out the force card there. And a pair of weathers, which is interesting. 2. So I've got the WMDs in hand. I'm going to wait on that.
Select target.
Bounce 3.
Select target.
1 each to the WMDs. They made room for that weather for a reason, right? 1 more action to go for this turn. Over that. Get hypnotized by the card. As I've noted before, there's some tremendous artwork in this game. It's really impressive. I think I would be more concerned about the profile photo if instead of looking at the knife, if the dog were looking, like breaking the 4th wall, looking at the camera while holding the knife. Although, how long does it take to glance up? Split second later, that dog's staring you down. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. After this match, I'm going to take a short break. I have to build in some breaks here. Otherwise, I'll end up like what happened with my last broadcast, where I went 3.5 hours and didn't take a break because I was so dialed in. And it's great fun with this. But especially at least just a few minutes to rest my voice in between. So show it as your turn. You're unsure at a moment whose turn it is, and so the blue dot, and it's noted That dot will appear on the bottom part of the screen for you. So there you see where my avatar is down there. They pulled up one of those WMDs. Two of a kind with a force. 6. Okay. I'll use the white phosphorus. The mistake would be to use the other WMD. That would be a very poor play. Since I already have one of the other one out there, and I've got 2 to match. So, trio of white phosphorus bombs. Mount Optania. Vast. Hinterland. Out.
Compromised.
4 actions to go for the turn. And I don't have a trio of force cards to play, which is unfortunate. But I have some intel options. Intel allows me to bounce 3 cards from the enemy Legion, that war zone area out there. That's what I was asking about before with Legion, what it was called. I guess the Legion is the group of people, the war zone's the place.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Just in case. Still have one more action. That's a very interesting looking one there. Just some great detail. Okay, one more action for this turn. I've got 3 slots open in my war zone, so I can put a force out there if I wanted to. But I think the better play is actually maybe to play a weather. My opponent's turn. The WMD does me no good at this point. Because it only targets your opponent's territories. You can't take out a leader with a WMD. Plus, I've already used one. You can't play more than one in a match anyway. That's the idea of that. So 3 of a kind there takes out one of my territories. Still have a chance. Not over in this game. Until it's official. There's 2 of a kind out there. 1. Tornado. I just need one more of those tanks. Somewhere within that remaining group of 32 cards in my arsenal. Or if I can pull at least something to make 3 of a kind with a force with enough actions to use it the next turn. That's what I'm looking at here. I still have 3 territories remaining. My opponent rolls a 2. So I'm down to 2 territories after that force trio took me out. Took me down from 3 to 2. So it's noted, I'm going to take a short break after this game and talking like a 5-minute break. So keep that in mind. We'll be back on the other side of that with more Warsaken Blitz. There's 3. Okay, I can win it right here. 3 of a kind with... I guess I didn't go through and scour all my decks carefully. I tried to have 2 sets of tanks in any one just because that can get confusing at a glance. But not a problem here. These 3 of a kind with the W1 MGs.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
Good game. Good game. All right. So I'm going to take just a quick break. About a 5-minute break tops. Queue remains open. Go ahead, hit exclamation point and join, get in the queue. Chance to win one of a number of great prizes on the prize wheel. Back in just a few moments. NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. All right, back from break. I'm not looking to short space anybody. I don't know. Scorpion, JVD, if you're there, if you could please provide a room code. It really does work about better this way. And I think for more than one reason, more than just besides the copy paste. That way I know for sure my opponent's there. Otherwise, if I put a code out and I don't hear back and it's like, well, what are we going to do? And then inevitably, as soon as you move on to the next person, then the first one's back. And if your code's sitting there, it makes it even more confusing. So this seems to work better, at least for me, for now. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next name on the list there, Scorpion JVD. If you come back or if you're around, give me a heads up. We'll work in. All right, Vano888. It's your turn. If you could please provide a room code so I can connect. We can play some Warsaken Blitz. This is the beta version of the game. But it's a fun game to live stream. It's easy to chat with people, have a conversational pace. You can also, I mean, as I noted, like with Quadrell, the 4 screens at once with that live stream. It's impressive stuff. Thank you, Vano. All right, thank you. Getting that typed in right now. All right.
Warsaken.
I haven't gone through and done any pruning with some of these decks. Like I normally don't have the Terrifying Storm and the Violent Tornado in the same one, just because at a glance they can get kind of confusing. 2 building cards out of the 8, nothing matches except for the Storm. Mulligan. You don't have to shout Mulligan, but you can if you like. Okay, a pair of Romans prototypes, a pair of those WMDs, and then I don't like too many WMDs early, but it's better than taking a second Mulligan and risking it, so I'll go with it. At least I think it is. With some of this, I'm not entirely sure that what I think is correct is always correct as far as strategy goes. Still learning on this, in other words. Okay. It's unusual to play an intel this early, but this is like you got your 8 cards that you were happy enough to not take a mulligan with unless you used 2 mulligans. So having to get rid of 3 of those right away is not something you expect to do normally, so bit of a surprise here. Can't bounce anything if there's nothing out there in the war zone. Now you can mill. There's an approach where you try and get your opponent's arsenal down to 0. At that point, their leader becomes compromised. Look at that leader card, by the way. But it'll make my opponent discard 3. Look at this. That is a nice card right there. Oh, it's still my turn, isn't it? Over here doing the show and tell with the cards, and I still have another play to make. We'll go with a pair of Romans. And I will use one of the Terrifying Storms. Oh, I guess after your turn is when your opponent has to discard. You can tell how seldom I've used that particular approach, that it was somewhat unfamiliar to me when it popped up there. But this is only my 7th live stream of Warsaken Blitz. And those early streams, a lot of that was just trying to learn how it worked. But feel free to go ahead and hit exclamation point join. Type that in chat. Exclamation join. Enter the queue. Some prizes for people that given away a number already. Those who have beaten me here. And I'm going to try to win. So when somebody beats me, they've earned it. That's my approach with this. So a duo of force cards, a duo of weather cards, and 2 actions to go here for Vano. My turn. 1. Okay, I'll play the 2nd Terrifying Storm. And now it's back to my opponent. So a roll of 2 for my opponent. Two of a kind with the intel cards. 5. Okay, if I use the building cards, I'll be going back for the intel. So I don't know that I want to do that this turn. It's tough, 2 each of the WMDs. I mean, there's 2 intel sitting out there. Those will be targeted if I put them out there. Instead, let's go with a pair of assassination attempts. Maybe it's not the worst idea to go for the intel. I mean, it's not like it's a WMD that you can't use again. I can play this right now, free up some space. Let's do it. And again, I'm not sure if I were to break it down as far as the odds, if that actually is the best play here. I simply don't know. All right, my opponent's turn. So when you play a trio of building cards here in Warsaken Blitz, you get that option of going into your deck and returning 3 at your choice of what you want to bring back. So it's not a random draw. Roll a 6 for my opponent. Three of a kind with the intel. Could be a hit of 1 each for my 3 cards out there in the war zone. I've got a set of 2. It could force me to discard 3. So it's a 2 and 1 as far as they bypassed the weather, took care of the pair of intels. Took one of the 2 Romans prototype cards. Still 5 actions to go. There's a pair of forces. There's 3 of a kind with the weather. That means an extra turn or an extra 3 actions, but it's usually going to be the extra turn, as it appears to be here. 2 actions to go still for my opponent, and then another roll the die. NashvilleLou.com/music has song attribution information. Roll a 3 by my opponent. Yep. 2 of the kind there with the WMD. But here's 2 of a kind with the Force. GR Ultimate. Look at that thing. It hydrates and it shoots. My turn. 1. Well. Played one of the architectural plans. It's my opponent's turn. A roll of 2. There's 3 of a kind with a Force. And take out one of my territories. So I'm down to 3 territories, 1 action to go still for my opponent. My turn. 5. All right. Play the Terrifying Storm. Extra turn. 4 actions to go for this one. Reeve a kind, or actually, I think there's already 1 out there in there. Remember, you can always bring the cards back down and look. So yeah, okay, we already have 1 out there with the architectural plans. I happen to have all 4 of mine that have shown up here. So I'll use the red. It's not going to make me, you can't play a 4th, so I won't do that. Just for those who are new to this. I'm going to choose to bounce 3 for my enemy's Legion. 1 of each, at least, if I don't go double on the...
Select target.
I'll just do 1 of each.
Select target.
Those are some nice cards. All right, 2 more actions to go for this turn. I hesitate to put either of these out there at this point with the WMD. We'll go with a pair of surface-to-air missile sights. And I get another roll. 6. Well, now. This is going to change the complexion of the match in a hurry. 3 of a kind with the captured leader, WMD.
Select target.
Port of Karmasani. Burmy energy plants. Eliminated. It goes from 4 to 2 for my opponent with the territories. I got the trio John Riders I can play here. And will.
Select target.
Mount Uptania. Eliminated. Now it's my opponent's turn. Yeah, of course you can. Yes. Of course you can join for a rematch. All right, so 4 actions to go for my opponent here. That's going to be at least a pair of... There's trio right there of Force cards. I'll be down to 2 territories. I appreciate everybody taking the time to watch and to play here. Live on Twitch. For people that beat me here, get a prize from the prize wheel. I've got a loot pack up there that was given to me to give away. The rest is for my own personal collection. There's a collection right there. 2 of those WMDs. looming ominously. 1. Play the S21R. And that's all I can do. Two actions here for my opponent. That WMD staring me down. If that WMD finds a third one to match here, I'll be down to 0 territories and my leader will be compromised. But not this time. Pair of weathers. My turn. 2. I say it very disapprovingly. Maybe I can get the number to change. No, it's, let's see. I've got the Roman out there already. I can play this. I don't want to fill up that 4th spot unnecessarily. Luckily, got the S21R. There we go. So that worked out okay. Better than I looked at a glance. Although I might not get another turn. If my opponent finds a WMD match and has a... Uh-oh, and rolls a 6. I'm... How you doing, Rexinator? Taking on Vano here. There's a pullback to make some space. Might have 3 of a kind. Ready to fill that spot, or maybe just making some room for the next time. I figured that third WMD would be played by now if it were there. Oh, they're going back to get where I... Yeah, here we go. It's time for callback. And you're allowed to look in your opponent's discard pile. I'm in trouble. They're going back for that EMP because they didn't get it there. You can't steal your opponent's discarded cards. Okay, they would have 2, but they don't need even 2. They only need 1, and they just have it. So they're going to play that WMD, and I'm going to be down to a compromised leader. And for all I know, they could have a weather ready to play. But the WMD looks, I mean, it's not hard to see that getting lined up, which is the right play. And here we have it.
Compromised.
So 0 territories remain for me. 1 action still for this turn for my opponent. I should survive to the next round unless there's a weather played, and then it's anyone's guess. What was I telling you? 3 of a kind there with the weather. And they took 3 actions. So if they've got 3 of a kind with force, they're about to beat me right here. And that's a great demonstration of how this game works. And look at this. Look at this. They're going to beat me right here. Vano's going to beat me. All right, good game. Congrats, Vano. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. playing Warsaken Blitz. About to check out the prize wheel. To find out what prize Vando's going to come away with for beating me here. All right. So this is on wheelofnames.com. Before I spin the wheel, I'll give you a look. Maybe, I guess you can sort it. I'll shuffle it a few times. It helps for dramatic effect. They don't put all the bankrupts next to each other on Wheel of Fortune for a reason, right? So here we go. I can sort it this way. The loot pack's the real star. That's loot pack 06 is on the board. And we're down to 48 because I filled it up with some extra new stuff from last time to get it back to 50. So the epic Meisaki's still on there, along with the Spoils of War. I know it's just a rare, but it's actually somewhat valuable. They're like boxed and coal plants, a bunch of super rares. The order's a little bit messed up as far as the actual value of some of this. The ultra rares, and then a number of very rares as well. So some nice cards here. Good luck to you, Vano. Gonna give it a spin. After all I talked about dramatic effect, well, we know you're getting a very rare ES4 Desert Bighorn. All right. So I will be sending this to you from my Fulfillments wallet. It's Fulfillments with an S. And I just need to know the address. I should have asked that right away, and I didn't. Okay, I didn't want to pen that. No, don't pen. Oh, this drives me crazy. This interface drives me crazy sometimes. Why would this pin something? Oh, is it still showing as pinned? Why is it doing this? Stop. Oh, this drives me crazy. Well, you get a good game pinned, I guess. I can't figure out how to unpin it. Oh, I can't. Just hit the button again, I guess. It's just not going to let me do it here. Anyway, so. Louver's technology, and I'm taking the L for the moment. So we're getting this Desert Bighorn ready to send over to you. Just let me know if you would please the address for that, Vano. Will you want to go to the address from in the game, or just so I know I got the right one? Okay, there we go. I started to type it and you beat me to it there. Thank you. Okay, so I'll copy again, but the addresses, I want to be very careful with this. I don't want to pin that one too. No, it's like OBS Studio is taunting me right now. Okay, so I've got that as the correct. Sometimes ones and I's can look weird, so, and L's. All right, so, and it's Desert Bighorn number 904. Type into the memo section, NashvilleLou Live, prize, and then today's date. Try to write this down as well. This is the kind of thing that I wish I could, if I had somebody here as like a booking coordinator / assistant to type this up, I'd be on to the next match, but this is just part of it until I be faster with it. It'll take just a little bit of time. And now I've got this written down. And make sure I've got this where it's ready to send. And we'll get that sent over to you here right now. OBS Studio. Always something. All right. Of all the times for Atomic Hub to be slow rolling me, come on. You're killing me on this. Come on. Oh, brutal. That's what I get for, okay, not loading it up first, I guess. I'll still get the order of this stuff figured out. Even with that, it's not going to work the way I want it to. Oh, yeah, it will. I'll make it work. We'll get to work. There we go. Okay. Of course, that's why I have a slate to bring up in between as I learn the proper form. There we go. You see the ES4 Desert Bighorn. It's yours. Congratulations, Vano. Thank you for playing. And we'll be on here in just a moment to the next matchup. Thank you for playing and watching. I don't know why this is pinned up here. I'm going to figure this out here right now. I'm going to figure this out. If I go into it, let's see, unpin. Just unpin it. Now, why is it I'm able to pin it within OBS Studio, but then I try to unpin it? It's a world of giggles. Anyway, we'll get it figured out. Or I'll get it figured out. Other people have it already. Some of this is still new to me, and this is part of the learning experience. So now that we are ready to advance on to the next, I'll go exclamation point next. All right, Rexinator, if you could please provide me with a room code, connect code. And for anybody else wanting to play, feel free. Exclamation point join. Just type that in chat. You can enter the queue. All right, Rexy has sent me the code. Yeah, good luck.
Warsaken.
Taking on Rexinator. Okay. So this is pretty good. 2 sets of 2 that match, only 1 building card. If there's more than 1 building card, that kind of is my cutoff as far as what I go for, as opposed to taking a mulligan. So this is good enough to keep, I think, versus another draw. And look at this setup. It's like it's a very different look, and yet still nothing feels out of place with the different looks. It's just like open field with the Warsaken logo, and it's a cool look. Now look at that die. Is this electrified? Is this a neon? It's a 6. Okay. So I'll play 3 sets of 2 here. We'll start with the Romans prototypes. We'll go with the Cheetah Z series. We'll go with some propaganda. And that's it for my turn. Three of a kind. A force card. Takes out one of my territories. Still 5 actions to go for Rexy. Pair of weather cards. Pair of intel cards. And then a force card. My turn. 1. Oh no. 1. And because there's only 4 spots you can use out there, filling up that 4th one when you don't have 3 of a kind sitting there. It would be dangerous to do that anyway with that intel ×2 out there on the board. But as it is, multiple reasons to not use that lone action there in turn. Rexinator. Two. Three of a kind for the force. I'll be down to 2 territories. My turn. 2. Oh no, there's nothing I can do here, is there? Nothing matches what's out there. I don't want to fill up that 4th spot. Like, it's worse when this happens and you just rolled a 6. But it's uncommon to have that happen when you roll a 6, so. But still, it could be worse, is my point. I've got to end the turn. Six, uh-oh. This could be big trouble for me here. This could be serious trouble. There's 3 of a kind for the weather, so they'll get an extra turn on top of this. Uh-oh. So then they roll a 4. Rexy. That's 3 of a kind. A force will take me down to 1 territory. Still 3 actions remaining. Pair of weathers. And now a second one to match that WMD, although I'm down to 1 territory, so the WMD has diminished effectiveness at this point. It will take out 1 territory, but it won't take out a leader. 4. Okay. I already have the 2 Romans prototype cards out there. It will take out a territory.
Select target.
Right oil fields at 4. As far as the morale, -4 for the golden farmlands. Tanya -3. And that's with -4 as well. Yeah. We'll go with the Fermi energy plants. That's 3 territories remaining for my opponent. Play the trio of private Sarahs.
Select target.
-4 for the oil fields for the morale. Whoa. Oh, you can only take 1. I was trying to treat it like a WMD. Say, sorry, pal, you can't bully your way into this. So my opponent rolls a 2. But again, it's noted that WMD, it would take out my last territory, but normally it has the power of taking out 2 of them. And it can't take out a leader. Feel free to join the queue, ! Join in chat. All right, my turn. 2. So I could go get some force cards if I can pull it together with this as far as for the next turn. Although I don't know how much... let's think about this. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Enemy's turn. 6. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So I'm playing Rexy right now, GA8OX tech, and while I round out the list at the moment.
Leader compromised.
We gotta round out the list. That's 4 for my territories out, and that's a trio of force cards. I'm gonna lose it right here. Rexy's gonna beat me.
Defeated.
All All right, good game. Congrats. Nice work. Get the prize wheel pulled up. All right. So we'll take the Desert Bighorn out. The wheel's at 47. You got a couple of epics out there. You've got a loot pack. A bunch of, or a handful of ultra rares. A bunch of super rares, very rares. One of these 47 are going to you. So, and please let me know which wallet you want to go to. Rexy, GA80X. I'll get to your code here in just a moment. Spinning the wheel. All right, you want a super rare. S21R. Number 473. All right, Rexy, so I'm going to copy this over. Yeah, I've got a loot pack out there. Got a couple of epics. I'm afraid it's gonna. I'm gonna pull this up from the other screen. Me trying to pull this from the chat in OBS Studio is just not cooperating. All right, Rexy, I'm gonna type this right here. Get this into you right now, right away. So it just doesn't work as far as what I'm looking to do with doing the fulfillment part on screen, but it's easy for me to pull it up as soon as I've sent it and show you. So let's see, this is number 473 that I'm sending. It'll be coming from my fulfillments wallet. That's fulfillments with an S on the end. Pasting in here, Rexinator. 123, NashvilleLou Live. Prize, and then today's dates. Double checking, make sure that is the correct one, and it is. And so we'll be getting that sent to you right now. And there it is. The S21R has been sent over. Congratulations, Rexinator, on the victory. So you get to see the animation. I like that. It's a good visual. I like doing it this way. So I'm happy with the way this one. Some of this is gonna be some trial and error with how I do these, but I like the way this looks. So congratulations on that, Rexinator. We'll get the next one going here in just a moment. Nice looking card. All right, so I'll bring down the slate. I know you've already sent me the code, so I'm going to get that typed in.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. After this match, I'm going to take a short 5-minute break. So a heads up on that. I'm going to keep it going, though. I'm having so much fun with this. Nice options here, somewhat. Not any building cards in the way, which I like. Not having that to bother with. There is one WMD, but not too much. Have one matching pair. It could take a mulligan with this, but I'm going to take my chances. Keep it. And see again how these boards look different from scene to scene. This one we've got the gate with barbed wire, razor wire covered fences. So it's a different look from game to game, and yet it never feels out of place. Not that I've seen to this point. Yes, you can rejoin. Yes. I appreciate that. Thank you. I've spent years in TV and radio. I've done a lot of broadcasting. Voice acting is a tough business as far as for breaking into it. There are some people that are fantastic at it. Done some voiceover stuff, but very little. But thank you. I'm going to go with the freezing rainstorms. They serve the same purpose, of course, in Warsaken Blitz weather cards. And the more I play Blitz, the more I see how great it is for helping people to learn the game and to get interested in it. Well, what is this one? And then you click on it. Oh, I haven't seen this one yet. Because there are a lot of options. It's really cool. And even for somebody like me that's been collecting these for a while now, that's how I've got so many of these rares. Got them very early. But when I first saw it, I was like, wow. This is something along the lines of what I envisioned is possible here in Wax. To really change things in a positive way. Not so positive for my defenses there. My first territory taken out by a force. And then a pair of weather cards. My turn. 6. Play a trio of weather cards. That'll give me an extra turn. Ideal conditions. And I don't know why that amuses me, but it does. Everything's okay card. 3 more to go. It's just ironic somewhat in a game about war. Let's see, play the pair of Nathan Smiths. Get those 2 out there. I have 1 more action I can take before the next roll. And I'll play one of my 2 Romans prototype cards. And because of playing the Tree of Weathers, and I pick the extra turn, an extra roll that die happens right now. 4. Now the downside of this, I've got 2, 2, and 2 as far as my spots taken up. So I'm going to play the second Roman. And I'm going to, despite having 3 actions remaining, I'm going to end my turn. And I found sometimes that's the right move here in Warsaken Blitz. Leave that 4th spot open. Feels slightly shameful if you've been overly aggressive to pull cards back up, but sometimes it makes sense to do it. So 2 sets of 2 with the weathers out there with 3 actions to go. Revenge Super Carry. I have not seen this one before. I'm sure I've seen it at some point. I don't remember seeing that. When you got a card with Revenge in the title, man, you don't want that one aiming at you. And the great thing for Blitz is that having rare or higher end cards doesn't mean someone is at an advantage over somebody with just regular cards. For the purposes of Blitz, it's just all about what category they fall into. So it's a great way to get to enjoy a lot of different aspects of the game without being overwhelming and without feeling like it's going to be some sort of an uphill climb to have to collect some stuff. If you've got enough to play and you just need enough to make an arsenal, a deck of 60, along with the 4 territories and a leader. So 1 action remains for my opponent here. So again, as noted, I will take about a 5-minute break after this match, but I want to keep this going. I mean, this is like 2:44 and counting. I was thinking about like an hour 44 and counting the way it's felt. All right, so my turn now. 2. Well, I'll play the pair of successful mole hunts here. Now it's my opponent's turn. A 3. No play. My turn. 4. All right. Play that third successful mole hunt card. It's an intel. I'll use it to balance 3 of my enemy legion
Select target.
from the war zone. We'll go 1 of each. Fire in the fields, being sure to hit the balance and not that red button, which would take out both of them. It doesn't like ask, are you sure? It just does it. So be careful.
Target.
Well, I guess ideal conditions can vary from place to place. Look at the detail on that. I get the feeling that at some point you have to like refresh the app as far as it's starting to slow up a little bit.
Target.
But that's okay. Doing that the last broadcast worked out just fine. That's like a powerful card and a frightening card. That card means business right there. A revenge super carrier. You got revenge and super in your title? Yeah, get rid of that, please. Out. Revenge super. No thanks. Well, let's see. Wait a minute. You know what? This is where I didn't look through and say, oh, I got a weather to match out there. I get an extra turn. Still 2 actions to go here. And because I've got 2 spots open, I can play one of the pair of 2 that I've got out here. We'll go with the Warsaken cards here. And let's see what I roll. 4. Alright, so there's one to match with the Warsaken. I got lucky with that. I can play the intels potentially. Let's start with this.
Select target.
Bankir Island. So my opponent's down to 3 territories just like I'm at this point. Got 12 cards. It's late enough in the match. I think going for forcing a discard I'm not going to do. Let's clear the board.
Select target.
By clear the board, I mean bouncing these 3 cards from the war zone. My opponent's legion. Fire on the field.
Select target.
Ideal conditions.
Select target.
Super revenge. Revenge super. I don't want to face super revenge. No thanks. Enemy's turn. 5. Some stray audio there. So there's 3 of a kind for a 4. It's going to take me down to 2 territories. Pair of WMDs out there. Look out. 2. All right. Well, I can make a trio with the Nathan Smiths.
Select target.
Go to the port of Carmasani. And I'll play an Igor. So if a third for that WMD is played here, my opponent can be in a powerful spot because my leader would be compromised. I hit 0 as far as my remaining territories. Pair of weather cards. 1 action to go. An intel card. My turn. 4. I can play the weather and get another turn, or I get the actions. But that really doesn't make sense with the actions. It's a waste, really. Why would I burn 3 weathers to get 3 actions that would put me back at 4 to begin with? That would be kind of counterproductive. But the extra turn is not necessarily counterproductive, and yet, I think I'm going to do it this way. Use the WMD.
Select target.
So Mount Uptania and Vast Hinterland. Eliminated.
Leader compromised.
So my opponent's leader is compromised here. I have 2 spots open. My war zone. And I'll play one of my weathers here, and that's going to end my turn. At this point, I just need to make 3 of a kind with a force and play it to get the victory. Then again, my opponent just rolled a 4. Just needs to play a WMD, and it'll be a similar spot as far as my leader being compromised. And look at this. With 3 actions still to go, there's a trio of force cards that match up there. I'm going to lose this one right here. There's the WMD.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. Intel card. I imagine my force cards will get targeted. Nope. Instead of one of each. And then a force card. 2 more of those would take me out. What do we have? 2. Oh my. Play the Tigers. That's my opponent's turn. If they get something to match with a force, like 2 more of those out there, or something in their hand, if they get 3 of a kind of a force, they can win the match here. 3. So if they have 3 of a kind with a force, even if it wouldn't match anything on the board right now, they can play it here and get the win. I mean, if they don't, I will. That's what we're looking at here. There's 3 of a kind with a weather, so they get another turn. So there's 2. If there's 1 more to go with that, they won't need that extra turn. There's a ship force. There's 3. This card's freaking out right here. Like, come on. Wait for the hot tag like he's a Ricky Morton in 1985 Crockett. That's what it comes down to. Can my opponent either play a trio of weather cards or somehow get 3 force cards out there? Oh, there's 2. There's 2 of that ship. Oh, nothing. Even if I roll a 1, I'll get the win here. I think. Yep.
Select target.
Man, I thought I was going to, like, sometimes it comes down to that in Blitz. That last roll, look at the draw. Good game. All right. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to leave the queue open, so feel free to go ahead and type !join in chat. I'll be back in just a few moments, probably about a 5-minute break. Back with more. I'm having so much fun playing Warsaken Blitz here live on Twitch. NashvilleLou Live. Back in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Wasn't quite sure it was going to happen. I need to find a way to have a simpler way to pot the music up and down for my Warsaken music when I go to break. Because I know the same spot where I want it to go every time, but I have to do it manually. There's got to be OBS Studio. There's a remarkable out there as far as what you can do with it. If you can find the right extension or plugin. I just struggle with technology sometimes. Despite many years in broadcasting, the tech stuff isn't where I gravitated toward because it wasn't my strength. And yet it's a critical part of it. So this is not a bad draw, huh? Don't have any building cards in the way. I mean, you see where I'm angling on this, right? I mean, only having 2 force cards, normally I'd say, meh, but let's see how this goes. Keep. Zeldris AR, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Having fun playing Warsaken Blitz. My opponent. We roll a 6. I had to have. 6 actions. 3 sets of 2 out there. Couple of forces and an intel. My turn. 6. All right. Which flavor of propaganda would you like? I got cherry, orange, grape, lime. You're getting the lime, pal. That's -6. I'm having a morale-based attack here. -6, the enemy morale. I'm thinking, I'm trying. I've not done very much. It's down to 12. So 3 more actions I can take here. I don't have anything out in the war zone at the moment. So we'll play a pair of private Sarah vets. And we'll play one of the 2 with the terrifying storms. Yeah, you should be good to go in the queue there. GA80X. I think I hadn't set up for the next opponent here yet before you tried to rejoin before, but it looks like you're in there. So I think we're good with that. 1, not so good with that. Oof, okay. Got 2 spots open. Non-aggression treaty. Some of these cards, since I've not used morale-based decks, I've not used it all in the game before, so this is kind of cool for me to see some of this stuff finally. Some of these I've been holding on to for a long time. It's fun to get to use them here. This is a fun game to play. It's a fun game to stream. Roll a 2 for my opponent. Okay, my turn. 6. Like a trio. I already had 1 out there, so there's 2 more, so it's down to 6 morale for my opponent. Play 2 each with the Romans prototype. Or I won't do 2 each. Now that is Terrifying Storm out there. Make sure that the Tornado card, I don't want to have those 2 getting mixed up. And while I have 1 action remaining, I'll forego it here and end my turn. It's a roll of 6. Three of a kind with the forces. I'm down to 3 territories. 5 actions to go for my opponent. Another 3 of a kind forces. Down to 2 territories. Two of a kind with the weather cards. My turn. Boom. Shanker. 4. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Roll of 1. But it worked out. It was one that I needed. Like a trio of Roman's prototypes. The G-Force doesn't mean anything in Blitz, special or otherwise. Just a cool looking card, though. Even though it doesn't let you have, I think, more than one in here. But I think that has more to do with the full game, perhaps. I don't know. There's so much I'm still learning about this. Anyway.
Select target.
Let's pick the target out here. That's -4 morale for the harbor. Got -4 for the farmlands. Oil fields -4. And Mount Tanya. Save that one for last, although... So they'll be on to a 2 morale, right? Or 3. 2. Because it was -4. Okay. When your opponent hits 0 on morale, at that point, their leader becomes compromised. Same thing happens when your artillery, your deck, hits 0 cards. Or when all of your territories are eliminated by your opponent. Roll a 2 for my opponent. Nothing, I guess, matched what was out there. I caught a break. My turn. 2. Type in chat there. Thank you for the follow there to Boom. Private. Actually, before I just do this recklessly, let's look. Okay. Yeah, that is the correct move.
Select target.
I'm going to compromise my opponent's leader here.
Leader compromised.
So now I need to make 3 of a kind with a force. If I can do that, I'll be able to win the match. One problem with morale, though, is you can't use morale to take out the opposing leader. So that really doesn't do me any good at this point. Those weathers might come in handy, though. If I can get 3 of a kind of a force matching, the images don't have to match, but the name has to. If I can do that, I could potentially win here, but my opponent pulls 6. And this could be big time trouble for me here. I might not get another turn. Three of a kind for a force. I'll be down to 1 territory. Reactions to go. So I will get another turn, but... Well, maybe I will, maybe I won't. We'll see with the weather. So there's intel. Gonna take my weathers out of the picture. Two more actions for my opponent. There's a pair of force cards. Now it's my turn. 4. My opponent is already compromised. The WMD stuff really doesn't do me much good either. I could try the pair of buildings. I gotta put the 2 Nashes out there. And the 2 cheetahs. We'll do that instead of the buildings. Because with the buildings, you have to use those actions to pull it out of your deck and then play them after that. So I don't think that's the better path here. Maybe I'm wrong. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm playing Warsaken Blitz. Having a blast with this. A 1. So my opponent rolls a 1. But if they get 3 of a kind with that weather, then they're not going to. No play. My turn. 2. It's funny, I could play, I guess you can play the WMDs. It'll let you do it, but there's no purpose to it at this point. I'll play the guard towers. My opponent's turn. Remember, my opponent's leader's compromised, even though there are 2 territories remaining because the morale's down to 0. 2. Interesting. Well, 2 of a kind there with the intels. 6. All right, that's going to win it for me because I got the Cheetah ×2 already out there. The Z series.
Select target.
And all those territories remain. The leader's compromised because the morale is at 0. All right, good game. Yeah, tough breaks. You had cards in position. That happens sometimes. All right, FLAA92, if you would please provide me with a room code and we can get the next match going here with Warsaken Blitz. Well, I'm not sure if you're there. If so, if you would please provide me with a room code. We get going with the next match. If not, we can bounce on to the next opponent and work you back in here in just a little bit. Give you just a moment to... I'm still not sure how long to give on this. As I anticipate the popularity of Warsaken picking up and viewership picking up as a result. This allows people to learn how to play or become familiar with Warsaken, even if they're not playing themselves, just watching other people's streams. Oh, here we are. Yeah, of course. Do your rematch. Just have to type it on the correct keyboard. There we go.
Warsaken.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? And this isn't going to mess up the game, actually. Bring the slate up. I actually need to refresh this. After about 3 hours, and I ran into this in the last stream, and it kind of freaked me out. I was afraid I was going to like ruin the game by doing it. And instead, all I had to do, if I would have known, would be to just get out of the F11, hit F5 like it's a web browser, refresh it otherwise, and then load it back up, and we're good to go. That's what I did right there, so the time I had the slate up. Not great options here. I'm going to take the mulligan. Nothing matches. I got 2 building cards. Don't like that early. Mulligan. Okay, that's more like it. We got a match there. Just the 1 building. We're going to keep it. You could take a second mulligan, but you're giving your enemy an extra card, and you're taking whatever they give you. So I'm going to go with that. Enemy's turn. Pair of weather cards. This dark die, kind of hard to read. 2. Again, go through and have something that have the same type of weaponry, just for the sake of confusion. We'll go with a pair of W1 MG tanks. It's my opponent's turn. So 2 of a kind there with a force card. And then a separate one with a different force card. My turn. 4. So I've got 3 spots open there in my war zone. So I can go with 2 and 2. I already have a force out there, so we'll add another with a pair of Romans prototypes. From there, we'll go with a pair of violent tornadoes. And that'll end the turn. There's 3 of the kind with that weather. So that means an extra turn. My opponent still has 3 actions for this turn. Is that another trio of weathers? No, it's at least 2. And you can tell which type of card it is by the indication. Like that's cloud and sun. That's force. See right there? It's like a blast. Rorschach test for video game players. 3 of a kind for the force. I'll be down for 3 territories. There's a trio of force cards to take me down to 2 territories. One action to go for this turn. Now it's my turn. 2. I had to say like I'm scolding. Like I'm Lance Russell, Memphis Wrestling. Jerry Lawler gets a hold of you. We got 2, 2, and 2. We got that 4th spot open. But nothing to make a trio here. So as much as I don't, this is a frustrating scenario when it happens because it's worse though when that number is higher. Because whatever that number is, what you're going to believe in unused. But I think that's the smart move here. But again, I want to thank everybody in the Warsaken community, everybody in Warsaken's Discord page. This game has a very strong community. People who love this game, and there's 3 of a kind for a WMD. I'm going to have a compromised leader. I'm in trouble.
Compromised.
So it's my role. My opponent still has all 4 territories intact. 4. Okay. At least I got a trio now with the W1MG tanks.
Select target.
We'll go to the port of Karmasani. All right, 3 actions to go here. I'll probably only use 2. Play a pair of blinding sandstorms. All my opponent has to do is have a trio of forces. My leader's going to be knocked off, and that'll be the match. End turn. I still think leaving that 4th spot open is the way to go. Even if you put 2 buildings out there, what's that going to do at this point? You can put a couple of force cards out there hoping they might hit, but I still think the better strategy is to give yourself some latitude. So there's a 3 moves to go, at least from here, for my opponent. There's 2 weather cards. And they took 1 off the board to free up that 4th spot. See what I'm talking about there? It's a good strategy. 2. Oh, my. Brutal. Brutal. End. Your turn. I mean, they just need 1 more Bella. And that'll be 3, and that'd be enough to take out my leader, and that would be the match. It's 2 of a kind with weather cards. And ending the turn. Interesting. My turn. 3. All right. Well, the smart play is to actually stop for a moment and look down. Okay. So, of course, Violent Tornado is the play here. Like trying to get extra spins on Press Your Luck. I mean, just, when you're up against it, knowing that it's going to be very tough to get another round, you want to give yourself your best chance to do so. All right, so I've got another roll the die after these 2 actions, so I'll put the pair of L1 needles out. I know for sure, even if I roll 1 for the next turn, I'll have a 3rd to match with it. My opponent can't mess that up for me. 4. Okay. So we'll play the L1 needle.
Select target.
Ben Care Island. So 2 territories remain for my opponent, but I'm not in a spot where I can just sit around and wait for WMDs to show up. I only have 1 each of them. So we'll use the Trio of Tigers.
Select target.
Mount Uptania. Again, my leader remains compromised. All those weather sitting out there, so potential extra roll the die. That's a roll of 4. With 16 cards over there. You figure something's going to be a match. There's 3 of a kind for the Force. That's going to be the match.
Leader eliminated. Defeated.
All right, good game. Congratulations. FLAA 9-2 victorious. So please let me know what the wax address you want me to send this prize to. We're about to find out what you're going to win here. Yeah, good game. Well done. That was, even though I made that rally late, it was had a strong attack there. So that's from the last prize drawing. Remove that. So 46. We started with 50. I've been losing some today. It's a good thing with this because I want to get the prices away. But a quick look at what we have here. The 2 epics are still out there. The loot pack is still out there. I know it's just a rare, but it's actually rather valuable that in the grand scheme of things. And the order gets a little bit messed up because it goes alphabetical. Ultra rares in here, a substantial amount of super rares, and then some very rares as well. So pretty nice selection here. The loop. Well, let's give it a few shuffles. This is wheelofnames.com. Here we go. All right, very rare political speech, number 696. But what is the wax address you want there? I want to make sure it goes to the right one. I know some people have multiple wallets. I do. This will be coming from my fulfillments wallet. But I want to make sure it goes to the right place. So, okay, you already posted it right there. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and do the copy paste thing. Make sure I have it correct here. And I'm going to make sure that it was I forgot to write it down the last time. When I lost to Rexy. I know I've got it on the list. I just don't have it written down here. And it irked me because I forgot to do it because I'm still getting the order down in my head as far as how to do this as quickly as possible. But you just like, hurry up. But you want to be careful when it comes to actually sending the prize out because this doesn't give you second chances. When it's gone, it's gone. So, but it's easy enough for me to do that quickly on this computer here. So I can paste it in, and then I can bring it up and show it in its new home over on Atomic Hub, and I'll pull that up here in just a moment. I'll note this is a prize from NashvilleLou Live. I'll put today's date. It is, I'll double check, it is the very rare political speech number 696. And so we'll get that sent to you here in just a moment. Here we go. Congratulations. Political speech number 696. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for playing and for participating. I appreciate it greatly. So I'll be there for you to enjoy the next time you play. And so we're going to go ahead and move on now to the next opponent here. It's so much fun playing this game with y'all. Okay, so I'll bring that down. Exclamation point join. Type that in chat and you can go ahead and enter the queue. Rexy's back up. Rexy, if you're there, please pass along a room connection code and we'll get that going here in just a second. Got those epics still sitting there on the prize wheel, that loot pack. And if for some reason those big prizes stick around when this show's over, they'll carry over to the next time. Sometimes I'll mix some stuff up with the inventory and we'll see. But I want to keep making it better and better, so that'll just mean that much more cool stuff next time. All right, thank you, Rexy. I got the code from you. I'll go ahead and type that in here.
Warsaken.
There we go. Rematch with Rexy. Yeah, I like this. Although I don't have any forces, so that's not so good. I like it though, but I can't with 0 forces. I don't think that's a good decision. So I'll have to take the mulligan. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Not going to take a second mulligan. Keep it. All right. Because even if you think, oh, it's an okay hand, maybe I can do better. If you're taking that second mulligan, not only are you giving up that extra card, but you risk it like 3 buildings or something. I think where you get bogged down early. All right, so roll of 2. We'll play a pair of W1MG tanks. So Rexy rolls a 3. My turn. So one duo of, we got the engineer over there. Got a force card there, so 2 and 1 respectively on that. Roll a 3. Well, we'll play the pair of fire in the fields. 1 action remaining here. I've got 2 spots open out there. Play a terrifying storm. And there might be an argument to be made in that case of not playing anything there in that third spot. I think as long as you've got one row open, that fourth one, you're okay. If you have two of a kind on top of that, it's a little different, but then I'd be even more inclined to leave it out there. Just the question would be if you had to, for some reason, if you got, like, maybe like for the next turn you rolled a 2, and you really wanted to play those 2 cards for some reason. That's a lot of if. So 3 pairs of force combos up there, and then 1 weather card for Rexy. My turn. 5. Okay. Play a pair of John Riders. And I'm actually going to bring back the Terrifying Storm. I'm going to actually leave those last 2 actions untaken. Leave that 4th spot open for now in the turn. That's my opponent's turn. It's your roll, Rexy. It's a 5. I could get blasted here, depending on what Rexy was able to draw there. There's a trio of weather cards. So, extra turn for Rexy on top of this. So 2, but only 2 with a scientist. Is it Mace? Or is it May or is it my Saki? I really need to figure that out. Especially since that's one of my epic cards on the prize wheel. Got 2 epics, got a loot pack on there. We start at 1 out of 50 odds for this broadcast. Maybe down to what, 1 out of 45 for the next? Let's keep on going what we have. And not so much going what we have here with a roll of 1. And oof. Tough one. And this is kind of a tricky spot. So Rexy has 12 cards, 37 remain in the arsenal. There's a roll of 4. This is NashvilleLou live. Playing Warsaken Blitz. There's 3 of a kind. That force trio right there is going to take out a territory. Three actions remain for Rexy. There's 3 of a kind for another force. I've been down to 2 territories. Two actions. Pair of those tiger tanks out there. 5. Alright. So I can play the W1MG and we'll take out the golden farmlands. Right, so I've got 2 slots in my war zone that are open. I have 4 actions I can take here. Play the pair of Romans prototypes. I'll leave that 4th spot open. It's wild to have that many cards, and it's a bunch of 2s. 2 of a kind. End turn. If you'd like to play Warsaken Blitz, go ahead and type in !join in chat. You can enter the queue. 2 actions here for Rexy. Yeah, if you want to, feel free. Yeah. Feel free to rejoin. Feel free to see my territory count down to 1. Yeah, you're welcome to. That's a lot of fun streaming this game. 3. Okay, well, I can play a WMD. That's the move right here. So go ahead. 3 actions to take, and without any weather considerations.
Select target.
We'll take out the Mount Uptania production site. Oh, I've got to do one more, don't I? And the oil fields. All right, so we're now both at 1 territory remaining. Those action cards are staring me down there. My opponent's Legion at opposite side war zone. It's a roll of 1, okay. Means I'll get at least 1 more turn. There's 2 of a kind. It's a trio of 2 of a kinds out there with those forces. My turn. 4. Okay. I can play the weathers, which will give me another turn. Then I'll have 1 action remaining. I can play the John Rider. I've got 2 riders out there already. I think that's the move. So we'll play the 3 Violent Tornadoes, just boom, boom, boom. The extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 1 action remains. Here's John Rider to make that trio. Use the force card to take out the 4th territory. There's only 1 left. Now the extra turn. Let's see. What do we have here? 5. Okay. I don't think there's going to be any Roman cards in here. Nah, there's force cards from before. I mean, I could bring back... Do I have 4 of a kind with any of those force cards? Maybe there's a way to make this work. The Rider, the W1, it would have to be one of those 2, and I don't think I've got that. Let's see. Because I've got 4 of each. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to go for the bring back some force cards. I think that's the only option I have here is to bring back either the riders or the tanks, one of those 2. And I might not get to use them. Actually, well, I'm gonna be 1 shy, I think, of what I need. I don't have any sort of, except for the fire in the fields, and I've got a terrifying storm and a violent tornado, but that doesn't match. All right, 3 of a kind here. Interrogation facility. So I'm going to be going to my discard pile and picking out 3 to return to my hand. We'll use the riders. I can play 2 of them since I have 2 actions remaining. And it's just a matter of if I get another turn. I appreciate everybody taking the time to play and check things out. Here's a roll of 6. I could be up against it here. Let's see. Got 1 territory left. This is WMD, which would take out my last territory. So it's kind of weird like that when it happens in this game, but it happens sometimes where if they would have waited, they would have a 3 of a kind on a force, but they might have that already. And this could be just clearing me out to compromise my leader. They got 3 actions they can take if any of these match what they've drawn. Intels. Well, they know about, if you've been listening to what I'm saying, then that kind of tips off what I'm doing, right? But which one are they going to go? 1 of each. That's a logical move either way, right? And your leader's compromised. That was the risk I took doing that. Let's see. I'll be 1 short of what I want to do. I thought if I could play the interrogate, well, would I be? No. Can't do that, can I? That's just the card glitching. That's not. I get confused sometimes with the nicer cards that sometimes have that like special effect. It makes me think there's like it's a hint you're trying to be hinted at that like maybe you should play this one. That's not the case with that. Okay, I can play an intel at least and maybe give myself enough time. This is a wild turn of events here. All right, let's do this. If I'd have just held on to those riders and not played them the turn before, I could have gotten the win right now, but that's not what happened. Bounce 3 of these.
Select target.
I go 1 of each.
Select target. Select target.
That's my opponent's turn, but they just need to get some sort of a 3 of a kind with a force. It could be 2 they've got in their hand right now. It'll depend on what they draw, depend on what they have already. 1, okay. So I'll get at least another turn, it looks like. I caught a break there. My turn, let's see, what do we have? 1. I don't think there's a play to be made here. I mean, I could put weather out there, but that's going to fill up my 4th spot. And what happens if I roll a 3 and draw like 3 of a kind for a force that I could otherwise play? But I don't know if I'm getting to that next turn. This might have been an extra turn more than be reasonable to expect as it was. And I couldn't make it happen here. Just a 1 action and end the turn. Roll a 5. So we'll see. They just need to make 3 of a kind. They've got enough of the roll where if they've got 3 of a kind in their hand of a force, they can pull 1 up. They're not going to have to worry about that. Ahoy, hoy, the ship's coming in. That's going to be the match. All right, good game, Rexy. Congratulations, you win. And so we'll get the prize wheel going here in just a second. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having a blast playing this. Gonna get the prize wheel brought up here. I give everybody a chance to take a look at the prize wheel. Before I do that, keep the slate up for just a moment so I can make a note. Earlier, forgot to write down what Rexy won earlier, so I'm making a note of that. The S21R. All right, so I'm going to bring the prize wheel up here. All right, so that was from the last spin. So let's sort. Let's take a look here. I'll probably have to do some sort of gimmickry to the the way the alphabet works. We see there's some ultra rares down there, but those should be higher up if you're putting about like trying to rank things. But you got a couple of epics out there. You got that loot pack. It's down to 1 out of 45 now. And so I'm going to give it a few shuffles. Good luck. Here we go. Hey, look at that. A super rare. Congrats. And this once had that from earlier, so I can easily use that address you gave it to me before, Rexy, for this. So I'll go ahead and get that sent over, and as soon as it's sent, I'll pull it up here on the other computer and show it off. I think that really works out well in a number of ways. I was like, I want to spotlight these cards in a way that shows up how cool they look. Because there's some really, really nice detail to it. And this is proving to work out pretty well in my opinion. We'll see. I'll have to watch it back. I always do. I watch everything back. All right. So it's the RX Salamander. Super rare. So it's 1 out of only 500. I'll put NashvilleLou Live prize. And then today's date. I'll get that sent over to you here in just a moment. Exclamation point join if you want to enter the queue. All right. Very good. Making sure I didn't inadvertently scroll down there on the screen. Here we have it. So congratulations. There's that RX Salamander. Look at this. Again, just like even had like a screenshot doesn't do it justice for how these cards look. So a nice look there. Congratulations, Rexy, on the victory. I'll pull the slate up here. Okay. Kind of closing on the point where I might take a quick break. Let me pull up the wrong thing on my computer here. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I should probably set a separate scene for this in OBS Studio. Although I'm afraid I have like a dozen scenes that'll be running together and then I'll have other problems. But let's see. All right, it worked. Okay, so now I can hit exclamation point. Next. All right, Rusky Music. I'm not sure if you're in here. If you are, I was thinking I may take a quick break. Everybody else, feel free to go ahead and queue up. I'm going to take just like about a 5-minute break here. Actually, if you're ready to go now, we can go ahead and go now. And I've got the code from you. Let's go and go now. Let's do that. All right. All right. Thank you for the code. We'll get that typed in. We'll get started right now. Of course, I'm starting to type it into the... Typing it back to you in Twitch chat isn't gonna work. This will, though.
Warsaken.
Thank you for watching and playing. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Well, this is a pretty nice draw. Couple of matches. I don't have any early building cards to walk things up too badly. A little intel heavy, but I can handle that. Little pair of force cards out there for my opponent. My turn. 3. Oh. Play a pair of control the messages. I'll play one private. Sarah Yvette. That's my opponent's turn. See, it's not that difficult to learn how it works for Warsaken Blitz. You just have to understand the categories. The individual cards, they look cool. It's fun to get to learn about the game and see stuff that, even for me, and I've been keeping up with this for a while now. There's stuff I haven't seen in game yet that when it shows up, it's fun to... Sometimes I'm seeing it for the first time. There's a lot. This game is a very deep game. All right, 5. The full Warsaken game. Blitz simplifies it, which makes it great for streaming as well. Okay, so I could play a pair of the weathers. Could play a pair of intels, but that's going to start getting a little bit locked up there as far as space. Because actually, I'm going to bring back Sarah. And then I'm going to go... So I have 4 actions to go here. I'll go with 2 terrifying storms. And that's the downside, just throwing a random card out there like I did. You might have to retract it. And I'll use 2 of the Jax Nash. The flip side is if I would have thrown a Jax Nash out there, the second one shows up, it saves me some time. Although either way, this is where the turn is going to end for me. That was some good gameplay there at the end. Used the force at the right time. Made all the difference. So a roll of 5 for my opponent. The AX Strike Fighter. That's a cool sounding name. Is it AX or AX? I'm guessing because it's capitalized. It's letters. Cool either way. Not so cool if it's going to take out one of my territories, though. As it's threatening to do. 2 sets of 2 for my opponent with the force cards. 4 actions remaining this turn. Got plenty of air cover there, huh? Thank you. Thank you. All right, my turn. 6. All right, well, I can play a WMD, which I'll do first.
Select target.
We'll go up to the Golden Farmlands. And the Fermi Energy Plants are both -4 morale. So it's down to 2 territories for my opponent, down to 11 morale. I've got 3 sets of 2 out here, so Definitely want to free up some space, and I can do that by playing an intel card here. Roll the message. It's late enough in the match, even at this intermediate point, I wouldn't want to go for the discard, especially with plenty out there for my opponent's Legion in the war zone.
Select target.
I can go one of each.
Select target. Select target.
I play 2 architectural plans here to end my turn. I will take a break, about a 5-minute break after this match. Roll of 1 for my opponent. We're closing in on 4 hours, and I'm still having a blast playing this. It's great. All right, here we go. My turn. 1. I mean, I've already bounced cards from up there before, so
Select target.
same time, this will take them off the board. They would still have to be retrieved if you pull them out of the discard pile.
Select target. Select target.
There we go, the bounce. Now it's my opponent's turn. Roll of 5. So plenty of space there on the board for my opponent. 5 actions, 17 cards. There's 3 of a kind for a force. Two actions remain. All right, 2 building cards. Now it's my turn. Feel free to enter the queue. Exclamation point join in chat. All right, so I can go 3 of a kind there with morale if I want to. And I will. My opponent's down to 5 morale. I'm still learning some of the nuances of playing a morale deck. So this should not serve as any sort of tutorial on how to do it. This is how I'm learning to do it. You just get to watch. Pair of Romans. That's my opponent's turn. So a roll of 3 for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind for a building. So a chance for my opponent to pull 3 cards from the discard pile. Remember, I made liberal use of the intels earlier. So some of those that are out there with 2 of them in there might be an option. 2 actions remain for this turn. It's my turn. 1. Okay. I don't have any matches. End. I keep that 4th spot open for now. So my opponent has a pair of weathers sitting out there. Rolled a 1. Now if that's a 3 of a kind for the weather, it'll be another turn. If not, then, well, we'll see what they do. That's a cool looking card there. 5. Alright, so we have the trio of private Sarah-Yvettes. I want to take a look at this card first. Look at that. Yoshinobu, the Devoted. That's a cool looking card. Alright, let's see. Well, what a shot. About to look over her shoulder and a nice surprise there with whatever that bit of machinery is she's holding there. But go ahead and play the 3.
Select target.
I'll take out the 3rd territory. The Dryden oil fields out. Two actions remain. Got that 4th spot open. Nothing else to match what's out there. End the turn. Roll of 6. This could change the tide of the match here considerably. At this point of the match. There's 3 of a kind for a weather, so that's going to be an extra turn on top of this. Three of a kind for a force is going to take me down to 2 territories remaining. Two actions remain for my opponent. There's a pair of weather cards, and now the extra turn for my opponent. It's a 6. Uh-oh. This could be trouble. Three of a kind with force. Down to 1 territory. Three actions remain. So it's a trio of intel cards. We'll see who gets targeted. 2-1 as far as the force cards. The pair of weathers remain intact. My turn. 1. We'll play an overtime production. My opponent rolls a 1. So, 2 of a kind for that force out there. My turn. 2. Okay, I can play the terrifying storm here. It'll give me an extra turn. 3 of a kind weather. Could take the +3 actions, but that's not what I'm looking for here. Extra turn. I have 1 more action I can take for this turn. I'll play the second overtime production. Now the extra roll, or the turn I gained from playing the 3 others. Extra turn. There's a roll of 6. Okay, I think I'm gonna win the match here. I'll play the third of the overtime productions. Gonna take the morale to -2. -5. Or 0. I guess it doesn't go below.
Compromised.
Leader's compromised. I just have to have 3 of a kind for a force. And look at what I have here with the cheetahs. The red button to play all 3 at once.
Select target.
Now, don't go after the territory. I won't even let you at this point when your opponent's leader's compromised. And that's the match. All right, good game. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. I'll go ahead and advance in the queue list there. Hi there. You caught me just as I was about to go to break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I will be right back. Back in just a moment here. NashvilleLou live, playing Warsaken Blitz, having a blast. More than 4 hours in, still going. Stay tuned. Okay, back from break. Well, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Sean IOP, thank you, thank you. The timing, it was like I just stepped away. But I have to force myself to take breaks with this. The last time I did a stream was 3.5 hours. I got so locked in on it, I didn't take any breaks, and I was hurting the next day. If I sit too long in the same position, my neck starts just killing me. And we all have problems. And this game helps me distract me from neck pain, I guess, because that's but it's just a matter of getting up and stretching from time to time makes a big difference, even just a couple of minutes. So we're gonna get things going here. Thanks so much for the raid, and let me get this pulled up here on my end. All right, so I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything in the last little bit here. I don't understand how the streamers that have like tons of followers and people talking where it's just like nonstop. Thank you. All right, got the code there. Thank you. I'll get that entered right now. Of course, I have to type it in the correct computer. All right.
Warsaken.
Thank you for the code. It really does make it easier having the opponent provide the code the way this is set up for me. Okay. Okay, I'm not thrilled about this. I mean, you do have the pair here, but they're building cards, and 2 building cards out of 8 early. I'll take a mulligan. Okay, that's more like it. 2 sets of 2, just the 1 building card. I don't want to give my opponent an extra card and take my chances with a mulligan. Don't want to do that, so I'll keep this. Thank you. Good luck. And yeah, I got the pack. I was going to say thank you, so I'm glad you're here, Mama Muffin. I've got that pack on this prize wheel. I'll show it to you here after this match. Okay, we'll play the pair of Jax Nash. Got Nash in the name, of course. But I got that pack. Thank you for sending that. I've got it on the wheel, and we've had some good prizes given away, but some of those top prizes, the top prizes are still up there, and the odds just getting lower and lower as far as finally coming up. There's a 6. And the deal is with me, if these prizes will carry over to the next stream, if nobody wins them here, these big prizes. We're adding more fun stuff to the mix. We have 2 sets of 2 with the forces. I want to think it's loot pack number, it's the 06, I believe it is. But thank you. I saw that, I was like, okay, I thought that was you, but I remember you'd mentioned that, but trying to match names on Twitch with WAM addresses is a little bit tricky sometimes. Okay, so I'm going to play the trio of Roman's prototype cards here. There's a force.
Select target.
So save the vast hinterland. Save the vast for last as far as which one you target. These are pretty low as far as their negative morale. You want to get the strongest as far as like you wouldn't want Banclair Island or Mount Uptania because those are -3. Prefer to find it doesn't matter that much when somebody's got this list of them because they're all -3 or below, but it's worth looking if you're not familiar with it. So the port's out. And for the sake of, for Warsaken Blitz in particular, I mean, it's not nearly the same difference between cards in the same category. With territories, the morale is like the one exception to that. So 3 actions still to go. I have 3 of a kind here to play, but we'll go with a pair of blinding sandstorms. And I've got 1 more spot open and a terrifying storm. We'll just scare everybody. And that's the end of my turn. Okay, well, thank you. Well, thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. We got 1. Okay, it's 1 more for my opponent. Go here. There's the 3rd for that trio of WMDs. I'm going to go from 4 territories down to 2 in a hurry. But it's my turn. 2. Oof. I'm going to keep that 4th spot open there, my war zone. And even though I have the 2 actions, I'm going to end my turn. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. So 3 sets of 2 out there for my opponent. My turn now. 6. Okay, if I were to use the building card trio, I could bring back the Romans prototypes. I could play them this turn. I mean, that seems like a bit much, but these I'm afraid they're going to end up being wasted. I'll pick up 1 card, put up a set of 2 where I don't have the 3rd necessarily. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to do that, I think. It's a tremendous community. The Warsaken Discord. Some great people on there. So 3 of a kind with a soldier's barracks. We're bringing back the prototypes. Like in the old days, the summertime reruns. Roman's prototype. Back again.
Select target.
This time we'll take out Mount Uptania. And that's it for my turn. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Roll a 6 for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind. That force is going to take me down to 1 territory. Yeah, I've been doing sports broadcasting going back to 1995, so a long time. And I've long believed there would be some sort of an intersection between Web3 gaming, live streaming, and whatever experience I have from years in radio and TV to do something with Twitch. And this has been an excellent example of what's possible with Warsaken. This is just with Blitz, the simplified version. It's been so much fun. The great community makes a huge difference. There's 2 of a kind there for a weather. And that's going to end the turn. My turn. Okay, so 2 actions here. I'll play a pair of control the messages. That's it for me for this turn. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Like, my busy season ended about a few weeks ago when the NFL draft season, that's a lot of stuff I did with the NFL draft, and then beyond that with this season, I called Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse.
Compromised.
So my leader's compromised and all my territory's taken out here. It's my turn, but I'm up against it. But I had a blast calling men's lacrosse. For a sport that I had never seen before, I was like basically pressed into emergency action when the University of the South made the NCAA tournament last year. It was like less than 48 hours notice for a sport I had never called before. But I've had so much fun calling it. This season was a blast. The privilege to get to do it. Okay, so there's a couple of force cards out there I could take down. Let's see. The 2 of a kind with the WMD, but not 3, and I really can't wait anymore with the compromised leader. I can play a control the message, and that'll take 1 out each of what's on the board with the intel. We'll do that. We'll bounce 3.
Select target.
1 each.
Select target. Select target.
And for the sake of the pace of the game, I'm moving through it, but there's some beautiful artwork. They did an outstanding job. Okay, we'll play because if I try to wait, hoping I'll get a WMD to play, my game's just going to end. I'm going to run out of time, I'm afraid. So I'm going to go ahead and forego that instead.
Select target.
We're going to ban Care Island. NBA basketball, I mean, they've gotten some strong ratings this year. That, especially when they had the Lakers against the Warriors. It'll be interesting to see how the finals plays out. Because we've got 2 actions to go here. And the problem is, you're taking it. I think I'm going to leave the 2 actions unused to keep that 4th spot open. And I have to hope it's a low roll for my opponent. Here's a 4. This could be it. Well, that's true. Denver and Miami in the finals, not being huge media markets, is not the same. From a marquee standpoint, this is going to do it. All right. Congratulations. GA80X. What address should I send your prize to? We'll go to the prize wheel in just a moment here. I mean, I need to do a better job of keeping track of what I, Okay, let me see. Good game. I can type that in here first. Good game. Okay, here we go. I was trying to figure out what the page was that I had my fulfillments wallet open. There's a lot to keep track of with this, but that's part of the fun as we're giving away prizes. We have been, we'll continue to. So I'm going to do now, bring up the prize wheel. I was talking before about I appreciate it greatly. That loot pack that you sent me there while I'm moving, I appreciate it. So I'll show it here on the wheel. This is the last, well, I hope I'll bring the slate down, doesn't it? There we go. So that was the prize from the most recent spin. So here we are, 1 out of 44 chance. And let me sort it here. A couple of epics out there. There's that loot pack. It's on the wheel. Got the rare. I've got a few ultra rares, super rares, very rares. You see what we have here. All right. And so, but please let me know which wallet you want me to send it to, the which Wax account. And we'll go ahead and spin it right now. Good luck. All right, well, thank you, Mama Moofin. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Look at that ultra rare. All right, look at that. Congrats. The ultra rare Scent Architectural Plan number 159. Nice. I'm going to make a note of that here. So later when I go through and keep track of what I have and plan for next time, helps to have a record of it. So let me see here. I get this pulled up here in my fulfillments wallet, and I'll just need an address to send it to and be good to go. Am I typing in truncated form? Good game. Which wallet for the prize? Trying to write it like where you can actually read it. Yeah, I don't have the Wax bot thing set up. I need to figure that out. Okay, thank you. Somebody was telling me about it, but it was having problems the other day, so I didn't want to try it when it was like under maintenance. If that makes any sense. But if it's working, then I'll get that set up for future streams. A lot of this is, even though I've been studying Twitch a lot, trying to learn some different ideas for broadcasting, that's one that I'm still getting some experience with. So let me see. I've got this pulled up here. It's very easy to paste it on this computer where I've got it, and I'll type in NashvilleLou Live. Prize giveaway, or prize. I guess prize giveaway is a bit redundant. Or not necessarily, but in this case it would be. So there it is, NashvilleLou Live prize, today's date. I'll get that sent off here in just a second. And it really has, I think, I wasn't sure how it was going to work from a production standpoint, because again, with me versus technology, sometimes it's a challenge. Bring this slate up for just a moment. I'll go ahead and get that sent on over. But remember not to hit F11 yet until I bring this up to a new window. And if I do it right, it looks like this. All right, so there it is. Scent Architectural Plan. Ultra rare, one of only 200. All right, well, congratulations. Appreciate you taking the time to play, watch the live stream. So we'll go ahead and get things going here in just a moment for the next matchup here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. What I'll have to do now is go ahead and hit next, which I'll do here in just a moment when I make sure this clicked through correctly, and it did. I'll hit next. I'll get that code typed in here from FLAA92. All right, so I'm going to type in the code, and we'll be ready to go here in just a second.
Warsaken.
Well, I'm not sure. Was it like Bobby Flay, or was it like Flaw or Flay? Again, years of sports broadcasting. I'm sensitive to people's names and try to get them right when I can. It's difficult sometimes, especially on here. Like sometimes where it doesn't want to give you uppercase and lowercase, it makes it a little confusing. I can deal with this as an opening. Any building cards to get in the way. Pretty good distribution, couple pair. We'll keep it. All right. So it's a roll of 6. Three of a kind. With a 4, so I'll be down to 3 territories right out of the gate. There's a pair of force cards. He's sneaking right on in. Then a single force card there. My turn, 4. All right. Play 3 of a kind. Nathan Smith. Got that. If you're working with that kind of metal, you're going to need some sort of special suit. Safety first.
Select target.
And we'll go after the port of Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter with this particular deck. The port of Carbasani. Now, sometimes it will matter depending on what kind of approach you take in a given match. One more action for me, wide open out there, so not that it really matters. I'll play the barracks. And yeah, it's tricky sometimes. Especially think it's a different name here versus Discord versus, and I know the frustrations of a WAM address that doesn't correlate to you at all. And it's tricky for me because NashvilleLou is a name that I have for my own NFT art. And so I can't really do that because that's a separate thing that I do. So fulfillments works well as far as sending out stuff. Okay, so 3 spots open. I have 2 I can play here. We'll go with the freezing rainstorm. And that's going to be it for my turn. Like, is it supposed to be pronounced muffin? Like, I don't want to get it wrong. If that's just like a alternate spelling, because I know that names can be, usernames can be tricky to come by. There's a trio for a WMD. Look out. Wow, look at that. I'm down to 1 territory. 1. A second soldier barracks. And that's it. That's it for that turn. Hey, Quadrails Art, what's up? You stream long enough and you catch people on different shifts sometimes. I've been having a blast playing. I think just the key to me is making sure I take breaks every now and then and sticking to it. 3 of a kind there. Sticking to my last territory.
Leader compromised.
3 actions to go. This could be it. Plenty of weather out there. That's if you can pull it off, those combos with the weather. You can, especially for somebody like where I'm in this position here as a compromised leader, or with a compromised leader. 5. Okay, so play the weathers. Get that extra turn. And going into my discard pile at this point, I don't think is the best move. Put a tiger out there. Well, I guess I could have done that for both of them, couldn't I? Now I roll. 5. Well, ideal conditions all around, folks. Okay. And it feels like wishing for more wishes, but I'm gonna need some help here anyway. So okay, well, take the extra turn. You can take 3 actions if you're in a specific spot where you need to, but more often than not, in fact, most of the time, that's what just happened there. Okay, 2 more to go. I was confused there for a second. I'll play the soldier's barracks. I can bring back the Nathan Smiths. Which I'll do. All right. I'm moving. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I have 1 more action to take and then another roll to die. Play Nathan Smith. There's the extra turn. 3. Well, okay. I have the 2 tigers out there. There's the 3rd.
Select target.
Vancouver Island. Now, if I play these here, it'll take my opponent down to 1 territory, so the WMD would lose effectiveness, but I'm out of time here. I don't think there's going to be another turn, so maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just going to have to lay into this and go for Mount Optania. Save the vast for last. Look at that. I mean, not exactly an intimidating force right now. Got a couple of frozen over tanks. And a bunch of cards with slashes through them. And a red light blinking around your leader. Historically in video games, a red blinking light around your leader is not a good sign. 1. Wow. But then, if you can get a weather, that's another roll. Okay, for me to pull this off, I mean, I could get, if I can make a weather, well, let's see. Let's see what happens. I don't know. 4. Okay. Well. I'll play the pair of Maysaki, the pair of Igors. I think that's going to be the best move for me here. They would still have that 4th spot open, although at this point, I think if I put too much thought into it, it's going to be, perhaps a moot point anyway. My leader is compromised. I really only got that extra turn because of that one that was rolled there, I suspect. Maybe not. Five. And this could be it. Even if nothing matches out there, if they have 3 of a kind for a force in their hand, they can use one of those actions to pick up a card. 3 more to play the trio, and that would be it. This could be a weather trio to get an extra turn. There's 2 of a kind. If you got a third, that's going to win it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, 2 actions to go. Wow, I was not expecting another roll of the die. I'll take it, though. 3. Okay, I can play the freezing rainstorm. Good. This gives me a chance. +1 turn. Plus, I've got 2 that I can... Let's see. I can play the 2 Romans. I'd still have the 4th row open if I needed it. Because I could use it if I got like a WMD, like on a roll of a 4, and I had something to match up with one of those forces left. I could play the WMD, take out that 1 territory, then use the force, and maybe win. So that's what I'm thinking here. It's going to come down to that next die roll, I suspect. Let's see. What do we have? 3. You. Oh, no. Didn't work. Didn't work. Oh, well. And I could fill up that 4th spot right there. But then I... End the turn. Man. It's been a wild match. And a roll of 1, my goodness. But if it's a force, you got a third to match with one of those, you'll beat me right here. Wow. Here we go. 5. Okay. I have the Roman out there. I play 1, and that's 3 of a kind, but I have to save the Roman for my leader. I think all I have to do is play the WMD, take out the last territory. Either of them. I've got 2 sets of 3. So I'll play the captured leader.
Select target.
Normally this takes out 2 territories, but in this case only 1 left, so it only takes out 1. 2 actions to go. I've got the Roman with... Luckily for me, the 2 Romans are already out there. Add the 3rd. Get the leader. And wow.
Leader eliminated.
Wow. Warsaken on ESPN. Hey, never say never. Yeah, I've never done any sort of a broadcast with a poker tournament, but a lot of that's almost like baseball style, which I've done plenty of baseball. But it was conversational, it's storytelling, 2-1 pitch outside. So in 1974, the team needed some road uniforms fast. You know, they stories for hours. It's different types of storytelling, and there are great broadcasters that can do a wide range. But yeah, I first got into sports broadcasting in 1995 as a freshman at the University of Evansville. WUEV Radio, rest in peace. We fought the good fight against people that wanted that thing gone years ago, and they finally sold it off in 2019. But by that point, things had changed enough that I was okay with it by then. Surprising as that might be, because I was not okay with it in 2005 when some chicanery almost happened. So I'm going to go ahead and hit next here and actually hit enter. All right, so Rusky music. Well, you're welcome to enter it again, Rexy. I'd be glad to. I'll probably do one more match here before I take my next break. I'm having a blast with this. All right. And I'm going to enter the code right now from Rusky Music. Okay.
Warsaken.
Oh, that's funny. You said that, I got. Hey, I tell you what, if Coca-Cola or ESPN or anybody else would like to do something with that, I welcome that. Welcome the idea of sponsorships. For now, though, I'm just trying to do what I can to learn the game and help other people learn it. That's something from between sports broadcasting, where you've got an audience of people at the same time that are either super experts at it, that will know if you get it wrong, they will know and will let you know. And then parents and aunts and uncles that have never seen the sport. And you try and make it where it works for everybody. Okay, this is okay. I'm not thrilled about it, but I don't want to take a chance on a mulligan because it's only one building card. I think more than one, I typically go mulligan, but with this, the pair of forces that match. Okay. I don't want to give that too much thought. So roll a 4. Yeah, so after this match, I will take about a 5, maybe 5-10 minute break. At some point, I do to have dinner, I think. Generally a good idea. Okay, so 2 and 2 out there as far as the forces. I'll go ahead and play my trio of Z-27 Tigers.
Select target.
We'll aim at the Golden Farmlands. And I'll play one of the 2 soldier barracks. All right, so 2 more actions to go here for my opponent. 2 sets of 2 with the forces out there in the war zone. The card to strategic review. No, I haven't. Thank you for letting me know about that. I want to read about it. And my goal has been to learn how to effectively play Warsaken Blitz, and I'm still learning on some of the stuff with the morale. I want to try winning by way of arsenal. I've only had that tried against me, I think, 1 time, and I managed to beat it that time. And I think to help other people understand, I kind of have to as well first. So I'll play the second of the soldier barracks. So I'll have 2 of those out there, 2 actions to go for this round. I'm not going to put that out there with the WMD. We'll go with either the John Ryder or the tank. It doesn't really matter. We'll go with the tank. Now it's my opponent's turn. Intel deck. Some of my decks are somewhat intel heavy. There's 3 of a kind with a force. You can, cause a lot of anguish for your opponent. Anguish for that first territory taken out. So 3 territories apiece here. 2 actions to go for my opponent. So again, after this match, I'm going to take about a 5-10 minute break. All right, 2 of a kind there for the weather. 1. Okay, so nothing that matches anything on the board. We'll play a John Ryder, and that'll be it for my turn. I might order some sort of food delivery. Because there's... I don't want to plug any particular one. But one in particular has some sort of... I don't understand how they make money on it deal. It's like 40% off. Or even like with the pile-on factor with the fees and everything. And giving a good tip to the person who's making the delivery. Where it's like, it's the same price it'd be if I walked into the shop or the restaurant and ordered it myself. Say, okay, are you sure? So that's part of the approach sometimes. Or I might just fix something here, I don't know. So 3 more actions here. There's a trio of force cards. I'll be down to 1 territory. Okay, so the W1MGs, got 4 in total, 2 already out there, so I'll play the 1.
Select target.
We'll go after the Fermi energy plants. Four actions to go here. I could play a building card, which would allow me to retrieve either of these trios. I could mix and match, but that would be a very poor decision. I could play that second rider as well, but I can do that after. Well, I'll play the sequence in this particular case doesn't really matter. We'll throw the second rider out there. 3 actions remaining for this turn. So we'll play the trio of guard towers. And if somebody's trying to mill your arsenal, that allows you... The one time I mentioned where I went against an arsenal-based attack, having a building arrive in my hand at a key time made a difference. But in this case, I love that you can pick the 3 that come back. It's not a random draw. I think it's a strong positive. And then you get the red side button here to get all 3 of them at once. But once you do that, be sure you really want to click that. There's no are you sure, double check, undo, none of that. Once it's clicked, you're locked in. Roll a 6 for my opponent. I'm down to 1 territory. They're sitting in a spot with a set of 2 for a force that just became 3. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, me down to 0 territories.
Compromised.
And with 5 actions still to go this turn. 13 cards up there. Do they have 3 of a kind to play? Of a force? If they do, they're going to beat me right here, right now. Pair of building cards there. A wide variety of force options. And the discard pile. So a pair of intel cards, a pair of weather cards to go with a pair of building cards. My turn. Let's see. What do we have? 3. Play the rider.
Select target.
Target the oil fields. 2 actions for this turn. Play a pair of Z-27 Tigers. And that's it for the turn. Remember, my leader is compromised as a result of all my territories being taken out. It's just going to take 3 of a kind of a force for my opponent. 1. But if they get something to match with that weather, they could get another turn. Wow. My turn. Here we go. 5. Well, now. I have to be careful in this case. So I believe I'll win it here. I'm going to play the 3 captured leaders at WMD. It's just 1 territory left. I'll have 2 actions after that. Remember, I've got the Z-27 Tiger out there already. Times 2. So the 3 captured leaders, I'm down to 2 here. I don't need to. I only needed 1, so I'd rather have 1 too many than 1 too few. But you have to make sure the order's right. You got to make sure you do the WMD to take out the territory. A WMD will not take out a leader. So that could cause you problems if you go out of sequence. So utilize caution.
Select target.
Yeah, I got lucky in that game. I won't argue with that at all.
Compromised.
All right, so play the Z-27 Tiger. That'll end it.
Select target.
Ace. University of Evansville's mascot's Ace Purple. Hate to take you out, Ace, but so it goes, pal.
Leader eliminated.
All right. Good game, Rusky music. Yeah, I got lucky there. That's well, fortunate to win that one the way it turned out. So I'm going to take a break here for about 5-10 minutes. Scrounge at least a plan for something. I want to keep playing, though. I'm having fun. We're almost at 5 hours. And I'm still having a blast. I'm having fun talking with all y'all. We got the people waiting here in the queue for chat. So I'm going to go ahead and advance it to the next one, but this will be for like... Oh, actually, should I wait? No, I'm going to go ahead and advance it to the next one, but no, this is going to be about a 5-10 minute wait here. So I know you know what's going on there, GA80X. So let me the one problem I still have to figure out, or I still just need to plan out better with my slates, which is this, something from my television days. I mean, you need a slate. So we'll go with this instead. This works. Back in just a couple of moments. Going into 5+ hours and still having fun. So back in just a few minutes. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned, back in just a little bit. All right. So back from break. Go ahead and type this code in here and we'll get things started. Hello.
Warsaken.
All right, so here we go. So I ended up ordering from a place that's a long way from me. I was surprised, like, are you sure you guys can deliver from there? Mount Juliet to where I live. There's a place I love going to. I had a girlfriend out in Mount Juliet a few years ago. I've been out there in a while, so I saw that pop up. I'm like, are you sure you can deliver this to me? At that price? Really? Okay. Let's make sure you tip them well. And I don't know. The whole thing is kind of interesting with delivery. But anyway, not to bog you down with the day-to-day of my life. We'll keep this. Got a pair of forces, just the one building card. Let's go with it. And I like that Warsaken Blitz is easy. If somebody's knocking on the door and I have to go answer it for sign for something, I can do that and it's not going to cost me the match. It's a pair of WMDs played there. My turn. 6. Okay. We'll play the pair of fire in the fields. Actually, hang on. This won't mess anything up. It's just, I think it will help if I F5 this to reload it. And that should take care of any sort of lingering issues with it locking up there. There we go. Yeah, 6-0 matches. I know that's a tough one. But it's not the end of the world. At least it's got room to play stuff. The worst is when you got a big hand like this and you've got stuff out there, so there's no room to play it. There's just issues. So a pair of John Riders. So enamored by fire in the fields. And then disappointed that the video is playing slower. So if any of you encounter that, if you've been playing for several hours in particular, try refreshing it. It doesn't seem to cost you your game. Wouldn't steer you wrong. Not intentionally, certainly. So there's 2, 2, and 2. And that's it for my turn. NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. With that prize wheel. Generous gift of a pack. The rest is for my own personal collection. The whole reason I got into this more than 2 years ago was with this idea in mind. Giveaway stuff, having fun playing great games where you actually own the elements in the game. Finally ending this hustle, this years-long hustle going back to Facebook games. Anyway, roll of 1 there. So nothing really strong as far as my options go here. I don't like filling up that 4th spot without having a good reason to. So if I had to roll 1 and get it there, then that's what I have to deal with. So it's my opponent's turn. 2 deep, 4 wide. Like it's Talladega. Oh, that's interesting. So you had to reset, bounce the whole PC, bounce it, get a reset. And that was something in talking with the crew from Warsaken. Here we go. Now we can do something. I mean, not with the cards I have out there, but let's see. Hang on. Let's not get too excited about this because I only rolled a 2. But I don't have any sort of Well, let's just go ahead and play these and we'll see what happens. Could have used an extra one there to go with that. As far as the actions. I've noted the game has performed very well for me. So was that a weather card? Oh, 2 weather cards. That means 2 extra turns. Yikes. Here's extra turn number 1. 6. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, it's 3 of a kind for a force. That takes out the first of my 4 territories to go. Yeah. Game over's how it's looking, huh? WMD. Although that does mean the other WMD out there is of no particular value at the moment. Helps me as far as filling up space on their end, I guess. A roll of 1. Intel. And that's the risk. Putting cards out there when you got 3 of a kind. Getting some tough go at things on the luck of the draw. Okay, but sometimes it works out. Luckily, I have backup plans. Really? All's fair in turnaround.
Select target.
Although, here's the thing. I don't want to touch the WMD because that... So we'll go after the blizzards.
Select target.
And we'll go after 1 ideal condition. I still have 3 actions to go. I was right about that, right? It's... Or have they not played a WMD and I'm just feeling very foolish now? Yeah, they did. Okay. Yeah, of course. So that's why I didn't go after that, because it actually is kind of a placeholder of sorts. So I'm going to bring fire in the fields back to my hand. I'll have 2 actions left. I'll play a pair of interrogation facilities. That's it for my turn. But here's the thing. You're right. Normally, WMD is the most dangerous, but once you only play 1 per match. So it being out there, since one's already been played. Otherwise, yes, that would have been my top target. Pair of forces. 6. Okay, so I can play a WMD here. I can play a force after that. There is the possibility of going with a building, but I don't think I'm going to do that here. Might, but I don't think so. I don't have a rider. We'll start with a WMD.
Select target.
Bancare Island. Mount Uptania production site. Oh, did I not click it properly? Guess not. There we go. Alright, so 3 actions to go. And a trio of Romans.
Select target.
Word of Carmasani. Out. Yes, normally though, you're right as far as WMDs. So it's a 4. Three of a kind. That's a force. Compromised.
Compromised.
All right. The leader's compromised. Let's see what I can do here. 1. Could play an interrogation facility. Let me bring back the Romans prototype. I think that's probably the best move since I already have it sitting out there. I only rolled a 1. I feel like I'm flush with great options. So we'll play the interrogation facility. And it only returns 3 to your hand, but you get to pick which 3, which is very nice. And you even hit the red button over here on the side to get all 3 at once. Just be sure that's what you want, since it will just do it for you once you click it, and there's no going back. Five. So the WMD can't even take out a leader, but that's not going to matter. You got 3 of the kind right there. That force. All right, congratulations. Good game.
Defeated.
So emphatic. Defeated. Shakira. Congratulations on the victory. Good game. And so with the address, I have it from earlier today, so I should have that ready to go, which may make this just a little bit quicker as far as my ability to get us up over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Remember to do this in the proper sequence so it looks nice and smooth for television. They used to call me Mr. Clean Show. Mr. Clean with a shaved head. And Clean Show is in my newscast, not having anything for the ops report. So I like things to look the way I quote-unquote think they're supposed to in television. Even though with streaming, I mean, the world is yours. You can do it how you want to within reason. But, I mean, you've got a wide variety. Compared to the old days where it was like, there was this way is how you do it, and every shop had its own way of doing it, but their way was the one of doing it. So even within the industry, with its own set of norms, there are going to be some variations, but this takes it to a whole new level in a good way, though, with live streaming. So here's a look at the Warsaken prize wheel presented by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. You play Alien Worlds, I'm not asking you to give up your favorite territories. It's 5% there as far as my cut. You help me out if you mind there if you play Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So, with this ultra rare Cent architectural plan number 159 out of there, we're down to a 1 out of 43 on this. And I'll go ahead and sort it for you here. And we'll get that next match going here in just a moment. Thank you for posting that code, getting that set up for me here. So the pair of epics are still out there. That Lou Pickney gift we were talking about earlier, still up there. Several ultra rares, a number of very rares, super rares. Good stuff. So we'll go ahead and shuffle it a few times. It's random draw, so if I don't shuffle it, it's not like I messed anything up. It just, for dramatic effect. Again, like I mentioned before, there's a real reason on Wheel of Fortune why they didn't put all the bankrupts next to each other. So here we go. All right, very rare minefield number 390. I'm going to make a note of that here in my own record, so going through later and taking things out of the list I have of the items that I've moved over to my fulfillments wallet. That's the name of it. 12 letters, fulfillments, with an S on the end. Sort of surprised it was still out there available, even though fulfillments is a word it's like persons. Like, okay, yes, technically it is a word in certain specific situations. It's only like fulfillment is something like fulfillment about life. It's not like multiples. But if you're counting them, it's the weird world of counting. Although in some cases, with English being such a weird language, persons should be the plural if you were to think it had some sort of, but no, it's people. Except when you're talking about counting people, in which case it's persons. Anyway, I didn't make the language. So I'm going to go ahead and get things set up here as far as getting that prize transferred over to you. Before it was that Cent architectural plan. Here it is with the very rare minefield. I need to actually type it in to get it to work properly. And that's making sure I send the correct one, number 390. Transfer. Pasting it in there. And when it comes to, yes, that's the wax address to confirm that. Yes, thank you. My goal for before my next broadcast, whenever that's going to be, is to learn how things work with the wax bot. Eventually, there's going to be a great pairing, I think, with Twitch and wax. That, I mean, if they're getting it set up now, it's a difficult process to sometimes make things like that happen, but it'll be worthwhile, I think, when it does. Okay. Got the minefield, I got this typed in. NashvilleLou Live prize, putting today's date. Okay, so I'll get that sent over to you here in just a moment. Did I run out of music? I had it to loop, if nothing else. Nah. Okay, so if I did this correctly, it'll show up like this. All right, so there it is. Congratulations. When minefield number 390 there. Again, just like if I had just a screen cap of it, it doesn't help you to truly appreciate how beautiful some of these cards look and just the way it definitely... It's more than just something that was slapped together, to be sure. It's visually impressive. So congratulations on that. And we'll get the next match going here in just a moment. NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz, having a blast. There we go. All right, and I get that code in here next. Ivanov 007. Let me see if this right here. Use the correct mouse and keyboard. I like that it automatically makes it uppercase when you type in the code. It would annoy me greatly if it didn't. Even though there's no real reason it should annoy me, but it would.
Warsaken.
All right. Ivanov 1, 2, 3. Okay. One set of two, not really enough force. Mulligan. Oof. Uh-oh. Double mulligan. At least I get to go first. 6. Well, wasn't quite what I didn't know what to expect there. The seldom used double mulligan, but I think I needed to. Play 2. Yeah, we'll do 3 sets of 2. Or I said that wrong. 2 each. Times 3. And then 2 more. I'm going to hold on to these 2 right here. Putting those out there has been a big target on them. And play overtime duo. And that'll be it for my turn. Oh, I need to advance the cube. Sorry about that. So it's going to tell you it's your turn. That was me just being slow on the draw there with the play with viewers extension, which I've had a lot of success with thus far. That's just user error on my part. 1. Well. In turn. And feel free, go ahead and join the queue. Exclamation point joy if you'd like to join. Not joy. Join. Join. If you'd like to play against me here in Warsaken Blitz. More than 5.5 hours. My goodness. It doesn't feel like it. Those breaks. I'll tell you, taking those breaks has made an important difference. It's going to be a chance to stretch, if nothing else. Because I end up with... I suffered for years with migraine headaches and couldn't figure out why. It had to do with neck alignment. And as much as things were difficult at times during my 1 year in Columbus, Ohio, there was a chiropractor up there who helped me to finally figure out what the cause was with that. I mean, it's not a perfect fix as far as what I have now, but look at this with a white phosphorus bomb. That'll play. Anyways, I just have to make sure I don't sit in the wrong angle for too long, because otherwise it ends up triggering migraines, and that's not any fun. Imitrex is the one rescue medication that actually works for me. I'm so grateful that it exists. Okay, save the Vast for last, the Vast Hinterland. So we'll go for 2 of the 3 up here. Fermi Energy Plant, we'll go for that. -5 for the Ruins of the Brotherland. Okay. WMD down to 11 morale. I still have 3 more to go here. I've got that propaganda. I'll go ahead and play. I'm not trying to slow roll you there. -6 morale. Down to 5. Okay, 2 more. Play the pair of blinding sandstorms to end the turn. Yes, exclamation point join, not joy. Four. Okay, filled up 2 each. 4 across there. 1. I will end my turn. There's 3 of a kind for a 4, so I'll take out one of my territories. My turn. 5. Okay. I think I'm going to win it here. Overtime production. 2 of them out there. Remember, morale takes away 6 in Warsaken Blitz mode. Overtime production. And if your morale is under attack, you can use that to help your own. But in this case, we'll go with this. That goes from 5 to 0.
Compromised.
4 actions to take here. The cheetah, I got a trio of these for the win.
Select target.
It's going to do it.
Leader eliminated.
All right, good game. All right, Rexy, if you were here. I'm still figuring out morale. Beginner's luck for me on getting that to work. Because I'm still not sure what makes for the perhaps most balance. Then maybe that's a matter of opinion. And yet with Warsaken Blitz, it's not so complicated that people who are completely unfamiliar with it have a tough time getting it figured out. All right, I got the code here from Rexy. And ultimately, when the full Warsaken game is ready to go here in this format, we're going to have some fun with it. All right. I'm relatively new. This is only my 7th stream for Blitz. I've owned cards here in Warsaken for quite a while, especially in wax years. It's like dog years, so it's a long time, because I was very impressed with it when I saw it early. But I regret not learning Blitz earlier. But glad to be using it now. Let's see, only 1 match, only 1 guard tower though. Only 1 force mulligan. A little tricky because that's the only pair, and that's going to get targeted like crazy. But I'm not going to take a second mulligan, only the 1 building there, so we'll see what happens. We'll keep it. Making sure I have it written down here so I have the order and all in place. Yeah, I mean, I played a little bit when I was setting things up at the very beginning to get the live stream stuff going. But even with that, I lost a lot early because I had a lot of sets of 3. I used some poor strategy on that, but it was me paying my dues like a young lion. Or something like that. Okay, so go 2 and 2 here. No. That and that, I don't know. At least these 2. We'll put the plans together, as it were. So some risk to doing this, but I'm going to. Playing 2 WMDs, it's my opponent's turn. Like an arsenal, let's say arsenal-centric, I mean like trying to mill down your opponent's arsenal. Or maybe that's something that's kind of you would do. Well, I'm not sure exactly how that would work. Okay, so I rolled 2, nothing that makes a pair here that I can go with. And the question is, you just pick one of these, one of one to throw out there and just fill up that third spot. And I don't think I'm going to do that here. In turn. And maybe that's not the right way to do it. Maybe that's... I don't know. We had the Blitz-007. That's just this being my 7th stream of this. Well, one of the streams I didn't even have any gameplay. That was early on when I was just trying the auto matchmaker. And I was like on a Saturday night where I happened to have something in my schedule open up. 6. But that was before I got to know how great I knew I've been paying attention to this for a long time, but I wasn't really involved per se. And here we go with the WMD.
Select target.
You got 2 WMDs on the board. You get that third, you better play it fast. So -4 morale for the golden farmlands. I'm starting to learn these. It'll be -4 for the oil fields. That's a -3. Is it 3 or 4 for these? 4. That's what I thought. Okay. So the morale's at 12. 5 more actions for me here this turn. Trio propaganda. -6 enemy morale. Be down to 6. I'll play 2 guard towers. Now it's my opponent's turn. Well, sometimes things don't start off as well as you want, and then maybe you get a break or two. You never know. Or it looks like you're going to lose, and then suddenly your opponent starts having trouble getting that last matchup to happen. There's 3 of a kind for a 4, so I'll be down to my first territory knocked out. There's another 4, so I'll be down to 2 territories. One action to go. It's an intel. 1. Okay, this will work. Guard tower. Turn a 3 to hand. You know what I'm going for. I'm getting all 3 and just showing them off. Because of the way my, hang on. Let me not botch this. Because of my leader getting a bonus from having propaganda cards, I have more of those than, I think that was an area of focus for me as far as early asset acquisition. All right, so 2 actions out there. My turn. 3. All right. This is a -6 to the morale, so the morale's going to hit 0.
Leader compromised.
So despite still having 2 territories remaining, the leader's compromised for Rexy. But Rexy got a 6 on that roll. Pair of weathers. I just need 1 more of these and enough actions to make it happen in a turn. If I can roll a 3 and get something to match with 1 of those. Well, that WMD's lining up to say. Like if there were 1 more WMD and 1 more for that action. Yeah, they pulled a spot off the board there. Or pulled the card off the board out of the war zone over there. Opening up that 4th spot. Here we go. 4. All right. With the morale at 0, my opponent's leader's compromised. I have 4 actions for this turn. Nash for the win. You better believe it.
Select target.
That's a cool looking card. Sorry, Great Emperor. That's gonna do it. All right. Good game. I'm going to take a quick break. We go ahead and hit next to forward the queue. So I'm taking a break. Flame 494. If you can get a room code ready, I'd appreciate it. This will be a quick break, probably 5 minutes tops. Get back in here. Anybody else wanting to get in to play tonight, feel free. Go ahead, exclamation point, and join. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, I'm going to show off the prize wheel again real quick. So there are people that I've been streaming for a long time, so me showing it off in hour 1 means nothing in hour 6. And I'm having a blast with this. So much fun. So Rexy, when do you go live? Because at some point, whenever this wraps up, I'd love to raid into somebody else's. I'm not trying to be selfish about it. I'm not sure if people have normal time slots. I couldn't really pick up on anything as far as that went. So I said Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern time. That's when I started. And I'm having a blast. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to see if I can do this properly. I know I can. See if I can execute it, and I will. There we go. So that keeps the join information up. Back in just a few minutes. Quick break. NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. All right, a longer break than I'd expected as I was about to bring it back. Notification. Delivery. Imminent. Although, look, they brought me a pizza, 2 pizzas from rather far away. I haven't had a Calabria pizza from out there in Mount Juliet. Like I said, had a girlfriend out there. I guess 2019 is probably the last time I had one from there. Man. Anyway, so let's see. As far as the music goes, I'm somewhat afraid to open up. Let's see, proper. Just take a look at it. See which track it's on. These are all from Carl Casey. Carl Casey. Galactic Wave or Galaxy Waves. Excuse me. Actually, I take that back. Oh, hang on. No, I don't want to give Carl. This I think is Carl Casey. Yeah, they are actually okay. At least these last 2. I've been playing for so long here. Let's see. The 3 tracks were Galaxy Wave, 80s Synthwave, Chillwave 2023. Then Carl Casey, LA Sunset, royalty-free, copyright-safe music, and then Neon Paradise, royalty-free, copyright-safe music. Carl Casey. So I'm sorry I don't have the specifics there for you, but the idea is more like an ambient synth background, something that's not going to get me dinged from YouTube or Twitch. It's bad enough you get to the phantom stuff, let alone. So I try to avoid that as far as problems go, and hopefully that'll work. I just don't want to like reset the music by closing the properties thing here. Okay, I did all right. Yeah, 2 hours, 6 hours of a stream's a long time, and I would never expect anybody to watch the entire thing. But there are people wanting to play, and so we're going to get things going here again. I went 3.5 hours last time without a break, and that was a bad idea. So, but there are people wanting to play. I've been wanting to stream in long form like this for a while, and there'll be things I'll go back and I want to learn from how things have gone. Before I get started though with the match, I need to live up to the stipulations. Oh, let's see. And by that, I mean I need to show you all the prize wheels, since I promised that. Okay. There we go. Presented by my land in Alien Worlds, Nary 3616. Play Alien Worlds, please. Mine, at least from time to time, at Nary 3616. That 5% at the house that comes to me, so it's greatly appreciated. Give you a look right now what's going on with the prize wheel. We started with 50, and we sorted here. We still have both of those epics. The May Saki was from my most recent Warsaken Blitz broadcast. Nobody won that, so I want to keep upping the ante, adding, fun stuff. Now, I don't want this to be like ultra high stakes because it should be a fun first thing. I don't want to give people too much motivation to want to break the rules and, the honor system or whatever, as far as, like, I don't want to incentivize people too much to want to win to the point of unsportsmanlike behavior. But the idea is to give packs and cards that people want away, and so I think that's going to be a lot of fun. This format has worked very well here with Warsaken. Got some ultra rares still in there. I think we gave one of those away earlier tonight. Not on that list, but the list is down from one from the giveaway, and then a bunch of very rares. So something cool for everybody. That's the idea. That's the wheel. And if these don't go tonight, by the time whatever, either I collapse from exhaustion. Well, it's not that bad as far as I'm sitting here on my couch playing a game and chatting with friends. I've had a lot more difficult, more taxing jobs, both in and out of broadcasting. So that's a look what's going on there with the Wheel of Names.com. Appreciation to them for having this cool thing available with a wheel. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see if I can do this properly. Again, trying to learn on the job as a technical director. Okay. Okay. All right, so well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry if I missed anybody that was saying goodbye or hello either way. So let me take a look here at what I can pull up on my computer. As if I have just one with what I'm using here. Okay. So I'll give one more call here, I guess, to see if Flame is available. Or did I miss? I don't want to have somebody put a code in that I missed it. That'd be even worse. Okay, well, Flame, I haven't seen back from you, so we'll go on ahead and see Rusky Music if you are here. All right. If you could get me a code whenever you could, please. Okay, well, if you need a moment, that's fine. I think what I'm going to do here, we've got the two names in here now for... Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want to backload my shows with a dead time and then me coming back and say, oh, out of time. There were times that was necessitated the years working in TV morning shows. When you're getting back from break and you got like 5 seconds to say goodbye, sorry, you're not getting the 7-day forecast, or you got like 15 seconds and you got a chatty meteorologist, which is sometimes a godsend and sometimes a curse, depending on how much time you do or don't need to have filled. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're going to be away for 5-7 minutes, that's fine. No worries. No. Again, I was thinking this would be maybe an hour or 2 or 3. I was hoping to go 3, really. Because that's when I was talking with the Warsaken about that. Idea. I thought at one point about trying to use some sort of a bounty block, but this community is so strong, I don't think it makes sense to drive people away from a live Twitch stream to fill out forms. I just don't think that's going to work out. This community is strong enough that there's enough interest in what we have here that's not going to be something that would fit for this. I see other fits for bounty block in other places, but for the purposes of the live stream with Warsaken, at least for now, I think this system we've got here with the wheel, it's it's worked better than I'd expected that it might. You know, not being a negative person about it, but just having dealt with challenges in technology and live stuff. But it's held up. Or NATHACGA. If you're here, if you want to play, we can go ahead and do that. I'm thinking I'm going to close the queue. So the two names in there will stay in there, but so I'm going to, I guess I can take, I don't think where I can separate it from type join and chat in the next challengers. But you know it's the next challengers when you see it. Oh, that's the wrong one. That one. Okay, okay. Yeah, awesome community. Awesome community for sure. Okay, well, yeah. If you've got the code you can provide, Rescue Music, we can play on the other side of this. These will be the last two matches. And hopefully one of y'all get one of those epics or perhaps that deck card, or not deck card, that pack. All right. Okay, great. So we're going to go with this. Thank you for the code. I'm typing that in right now. And so we'll have this match and then one more, and then that'll be it for this stream. No worries. I'll take the loot pack. Well, that'd be great. Okay, did I botch the code? Yeah, I did. There we go.
Warsaken.
Okay. Yeah, we have had some close games, you're right. All right, so taking a look at this. We'll keep it. Whoa. I dig the dye of the purple there. My brand colors. But, only a 1. We'll play a terrifying storm, and that'll end my turn. Thank you. As I noted, I was lucky to learn about Warsaken rather early. And to be able to buy a lot of really cool cards that... One of those where, when you see a project with this level of quality and this level of depth to it, okay. And when you know that they understand things with, you know, the physical world of gaming as well, and they've got a good grasp on that. And I can't wait to see what happens with this game, with a full game. So I have a lot to learn on that, and which is a positive. I look forward to it. All right. So we'll play the Terrifying Storms to match the third out there. I'll take the extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's see. 3 more to go for the round. Play the pair of Jacks and Nashes. It's kind of a tough one to pluralize there. And then one more with this. We'll play a Blinding Sandstorm. I'll get another roll of the die. 6. All right. So, with the 2 Jacks Nash cards out there, we'll throw away number 3. Take out a territory. Now, what is this? Oh, the St. Purcell Harbor, -4. Band Cares -3, I already know that. Is that the Maltania's -3? Ports 3. Okay. Takes out a territory, down to 16 morale. 5 actions to go this round for me here. Got 3 spots open there in my war zone. I will play a pair of control the messages. 3 actions to go here. It's risky putting a WD-40. Get the squeakiness out. It's dangerous to put a pair of WMDs out there on the board because it will end up being targeted more often than not. And I'm going to leave it open there for now. Let's see how it goes. I've before played it where I would just put a single card there in that 3rd spot, and I'm not sure if that's better or worse as a tactic. It might depend on how many cards you've got in your hand. It might depend on a lot of other things. I don't know. Well, that's part of the fun of a new game. You get to kind of learn what strategies work and don't work. 6. Three of a kind for the force. Taking up my vast hinterland. Pair of matching force cards. Pair of matching weather cards. My turn. 1. End the turn. So again, we'll have this match and then one more, and that's going to be it for this broadcast. 6 hours, 17 minutes and counting. I'm loving it. This is so much fun. And guys, as long as I get my breaks in, I think it'll be okay. Try and use some decent posture. This is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. It's so much fun here today, chatting with everybody. Like you have waves of people coming through. Stay on with the broadcast long enough and you end up kind of spanning a number of people's sometimes limited options, especially during the week as far as finding time to check stuff out on Twitch. Thanks to everybody who's taking the time to watch today or play or otherwise enjoy this game. So I rolled 2. I think I'll play the pair of building cards. I'll take a look. No, I've got the Blinding Sandstorm. Let's play one of those. And I'll play 1 Soldier Barracks card. And that's it for my turn. So I'm not sure what I'm going to have on Wednesday of next week at 10 p.m. I've taken NashvilleLou Worldwide on hiatus. And once things are really up and going with blockchain brawlers, we'll get back to that. I spoke my mind last night, so kind of spoken my piece on that for now. But I'm enjoying Warsaken Blitz. This has been so much fun. So a pair of Intel cards right there, and a pair of WMD cards right there. Comes to me. 4. Okay, play the weather card, get the extra turn. Three of a kind, we'll play the propaganda, and they'll take 6 off of the morale for my opponent. In that case, you also have the option of adding 3 to your morale if you need to. That card. in Blitz. 4. Okay. WMD. Let's think about this for a second. Okay. Play the WMDs.
Select the target.
Bankare Island. In the port of Karmasani. Down to 4 morale. Also down to 1 territory. So a couple of different ways to do this potentially. Overtime production. Remember, my opponent has 4 sets of 2 out there as far as matching cards. Rolled a 2, so they added 2 to their hand. Did they find a match? Apparently not. Here we go. 2. I'm going to have the leader compromised here with overtime production. And you could add 3 to your morale if you needed to. I'm going to go -6 for my opponent morale, which takes it down to 0.
Leader compromised.
So despite having 1 territory left, it's a compromised leader for my opponent. My opponent's got some strong cards out there. There's rolled a 6. Uh-oh. I might not have another round here in this match. This might do me in, depending on what was drawn. Longest I've streamed? It may be. Some of the stuff I did with Fire Pro Wrestling World, I would have to think about it. Well, there's a WMD to take me down to 1 territory. There was one time I accidentally streamed like 12 hours of a menu screen. I don't think that counts though. I've had doubleheader baseball broadcasts, but that's different. Even with soccer, where it's 45 minutes plus, and you're not getting a break. And that was that first season with Nashville SC in 2017. Oh, here we go. 2, but only 2 with the actions there. But it's been a blast. I've had so much fun. Taking breaks made all the difference. Okay. Yeah, 100% agreed. When you have time flying by to the point it doesn't feel like it. And it was like that for me the last time I streamed 3.5 hours where I didn't take a break. That's unusual. That was not a good idea. I shouldn't try and do that sort of thing. Plus, breaks give your audience the time to do other stuff too. Okay, so 4 more actions to take here. I can go at least... Well, hang on. I mean, this... What are we having here? And do I go back for Nash? I could play a couple of Romans out there and just hope, but there's hoping. And there's going back to get 3 of a kind. So let's see how this works. And again, if your arsenal is being targeted, somebody's trying to mill you down to 0. And that happened to me one time in this game thus far. And a building trio saved my game. That made the difference. Because I was able to return it to my arsenal. But every other time, returning 3 to your hand, you get to pick which 3. Now, there might be a case to be made for going for a weather if I had 1 more action I could take this round, but that's not going to happen. So we're going back for Nash. NashvilleLou. It's on brand. Shaved head. No doubt. Okay. Now, The risk is I put that out there and it gets targeted. Right? So I can almost hedge by putting one out there. And like one of something else. So let's see how this works. This might be a bunch of work to watch myself lose the next time around, but gotta try. Just because of what I'm staring down over there. But you never know what your opponent might play, so I'm keeping 3 in my hand in case an intel is used, so I still have an option there, and I've got 2 spots open in my war zone, so that's fine. We'll go with that G-Force Roman, and we'll see what happens here. It's certainly the longest I've streamed with more than just a very, very small audience. Like 1 or 2 people. Although I couldn't tell you exactly when that would have been. Here we go. There's 3 of a kind. That force. Oh my.
Compromised.
I get to throw here. Here we go. 2. That's why I played the 1 out there. In case I rolled a 2 and needed it. Look at this. Look at this.
Select target.
My goodness. I was not expecting to come back to win this. Nice looking card here, by the way. A leader card. Nice. But here I have to eliminate.
Leader eliminated.
Good game. Okay, so we have one more match before we call it an evening here. I've had so much fun with this. So let me go ahead and, get the code here from you. And Rusky Music, I'll go ahead and type this in right now. It's funny because I'm happy when people who are playing against me and watching my stream and interacting and all. I mean, I want to win, but I'm happy when they win because I know they get a cool prize.
Warsaken.
Last match of the stream. Here we go. This works for me. Just the 1 building card. Or a trio of duos. A trio of duos. You know what I mean. Some good options here. Two actions here for my opponent. That's a pair of forces. 3. Play the pair of cheetahs. And we'll play one of these scent architectural plants. It's a 6. Three of a kind for a force. That sounds great to me. And we'll have some time to, between now and the start of American football season. So 3 of a kind with a building. And since we had 3 forces played earlier, you can tell what's going back into the hand there for my opponent. Here's the question. Okay, I was going to say, do you put it back out there with me having that intel card sitting there, knowing that you just brought 3 from... It's not even a question of if. Well, I don't even have to look to know, because that was all that was in there. My turn. 4. Okay, weather card. I'll get another turn. One more action before I get that next roll. Great chance to play the second Cent architectural plan. Okay, extra turn, it's a 5. And look at this.
Select target.
There we go. I'm not trying to laugh at anybody with this. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry I'm laughing. I'm having fun. I'll never apologize for having fun. 4 more actions to go here. So we have the set of 2 out there for the force. We'll play a pair of guard towers. Play a pair of non-aggression treaties. My opponent's turn. Hey, musical man, oh, hello. Got me here the last. I should probably advance this on the queue since we're already on the next one. Oh, and then actually I'm going to go ahead and let me just take this off the screen since this is it for tonight. We switched up the order there, so. Yeah, sorry, musical man. Yeah, I had to close the queue. I'm at what, more than 6.5 hours now. I mean, if you really want to play, I can always go one more. It's not like I have a hard out. Do you want to play? You know what? If you want to, I can reopen it. There. Yeah, I hadn't expected to go this long, but I wanted to keep playing while people are wanting to play. I just didn't want to be in a spot where if I sat at poor posture for too long. Just with my upper back and neck, it's been something I've dealt with for a long time as far as the muscle spasms and stuff start triggering migraines. And there is no pain I've ever felt quite like the horror, and I mean a horror of a migraine. So I avoid them at all costs. But and a lot of that's just taking breaks and making sure I'm stretched and keeping my neck where it's not crimped or whatever. I don't pretend to understand some of this stuff. So, take out the farmlands. 2 actions to go here. Alright, so I've got you in the queue now, and let me go and bring that back on the screen. Actually, no, I'm going to close it back up now. So you're in the queue. I know it has the name of, let me see. There we go, okay. Let's see, 2 more to go here. I'll play the pair of control the messages. So I know it says it's your turn, but we'll play after this match. If you're able to beat me, you'll have a decent shot at getting some cool stuff. Got a loot pack up there. Got a couple of epics. Some ultra rares. So 3 of a kind with a building card. Downtown Detail, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. My turn. 4. And look at this. Okay, so -4 morale. The port's -3, and that's -4, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I'm learning. So we'll play the WMD.
Select target.
I haven't opened it yet. I've been playing here. Wait, you sent me a Plute pack? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't want anybody to feel obligated to do anything, but I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. Okay, this will be down to 1 morale, so it's not quite what I... But if I'm able to make one more 3 of a kind with the morale, have a shot. Oh, wow. A 1 of 1. Bloodfoil G-Force. Congrats. That's awesome. Just 3 of a kind for the Force. We went back and forth with that particular... That's a cool looking card. It's going to disappear before I can click on it. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. On the movement. I appreciate it. So 2 more actions here for my opponent. Oh, that'd be something to get that on stream. It's a little tricky for me the way this is set up with... Let me think about that. How to do that. I try to be somewhat... Put some thought into what I do with this. I don't want people who got the wrong idea. When they hear the letters NFT, and I become like, I get nuclear go-away heat with some people. But these same people would still play the game as long as you don't use those letters and you refer to them as game assets. And so I can argue with people over semantics or just get them to come around to my way of thinking. But doing that on stream is, I don't think that's going to necessarily matter as much as far as that goes. People like to see packs being opened, so we'll figure out something on that. But first, let's go ahead and play the Control the Message.
Select target.
Take out the intel. So there's only 2 here for me to play against. Alright, so 2 more. Play the pair of propaganda. Alright, your turn. Well, it's just... I would have to be logged in. And it's just, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to turn anybody off from this because it's so much fun. The nonsense and stuff of the people from the, well, take your money but not ever actually give you these game assets that you pay real money for. You don't actually get to own them. Those people. Those people. 3 of a kind with the intel. Getting rid of the morales out there in one of those buildings. Aftershock. Okay, so I've got 3 spots open out there. A roll of 1 isn't particularly awe-inspiring for me. Overtime. I may end up losing this one. I mean, if I could figure out a way to open, it may not be tonight. For almost 7 hours. I want to go back and watch what I broadcast. A lot of time. 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of broadcasting, 8 hours of review. Repeat indefinitely. Not recommended. But for this, I want to see on a Thursday. If I start at 4 p.m. Eastern, like I thought would be a good time to start. Meanwhile, there's a good time for a WMD for my opponent. Leader's about to be compromised.
compromised.
So it's one more action for my opponent here. Yeah, I mean, this game, it's so much fun to play. It's fun to chat with people. It's a great community. It's people you want to play with and against. And oh my goodness, I rolled a 5 and okay. Pair of terrifying storms. Okay, we got the building out there. I can pull that back if I have a pair I can put out. So we'll switch one building for another. Back to the hand with the guard tower. Pair of soldiers barracks in its place, and that'll end my turn. Next Thursday, I'd hope to. That would be great. And that was what I've told some people I've been talking to about this. I think that would be a good time. It's tough for me in some ways to lock in at a set time and date every week because of what I do as a freelance sports broadcaster, or one of your abilities being your availability being very important. So a flexible schedule helps with that. At the same time, people like to have a routine, and if they're used to seeing you at the same time and day every week or whatever, it's a good thing. And here we go. All right, good game. Congrats. That sounds great. Well, again, we have plenty of time with this game to do all sorts of cool stuff with it. So, all right. Rusky Music got the victory there. And that means we're about to take a trip over to the prize wheel. We have this. We'll have one more match tonight. I'll have a matchup here in just a couple of minutes, not too long, against Musical Man. So let's see. I need to still getting the order in mind as far as what buttons to hit in what sequence so it looks the way I want it to. Nice and smooth. Mr. Clean Show. That was what they called me. Way back when. Okay. So let's see if I have this pulled up correctly. It's on the correct scene. Pull the slate down, and there we go. Presented by my land in Alien Worlds, Nary 3616. So here we are for this Rusky Music, and let's see. I want to make sure that I've got the correct wax. I'm sure you've given it to me before, but I know there's one that's in game, and then sometimes people want other wallets. So please, if you would specify, just so it goes to the right place. That to me is an important thing. A quick look at what's on the prize wheel. Again, many thanks for that loot pack. I appreciate it greatly. I misunderstood. I thought you wanted it to be for the giveaway. It's, the spirit certainly of this. So a couple epics out there. We've got some ultra rares, super rares, very rares. 1 out of 43 chance at that loot pack. Here we go. Let me shuffle it. I mean, it'll do the same thing. It's just a little more dramatic when you've got a nice shuffle to it. Here we go. All right, very rare burn notice number 388. Congratulations. So I'm going to go ahead and do a copy paste. When it comes to wax addresses, I want to be careful with that because very important to me. Make sure it gets to the right place because again, you can't undo it with that once it's sent. Not much for redos. So, okay, I'm making a note here real quick. Very rare burn notice number 388. I've got that in my notes here, and I'll go ahead and send it to you right now. So it's number 388. Okay, for some reason that number isn't popping up in here. Again, there's some variance as far as where I might have made a mistake and not taken out an errant number or two, but I've got enough to cover it. So I'm gonna give you a lower, better mint number if I can do this the way I need it to. But that might be the only one I have left. This, So it'll be mint number 582. I hope that'll be sufficient for you there. I don't know why the 388's listed there, but it's the same run of it there, 1 of 1,000. So let me go ahead and make a note. And this is where, and there's a reason I've been trying to stop and take notes and figure out why things, when there are things that get through that shouldn't, it's like that. Or it could easily be a typo on my end. Because a lot of this is just manual entry as far as going through. So I'm going to make a note. This is actually going to be number 582. It's still very rare, still burn notice. All right, well, thank you very much, Rescue Music. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the kind words, everyone. I appreciate it greatly. So let's see. I'm trying to get this pulled up on the right. There we go. I'm double checking to make sure this is, in fact, the correct wallet. And it is. So, NashvilleLou Live. Right. And today's date. Send. Confirm. And so let's see if this will do what I want it to and go ahead and send it to you. Okay, if I did this correctly, it'll show up here. Oh, was it Allegiant Stadium out there in Las Vegas? My buddy Gary Graham's a big-time fan of the Raiders. We went out there for his birthday a couple years ago, summer before last. It was like the first time out for me, like in a tourist place since the pandemic. Had some fun out there. Anyway, there's congratulations. There's the burn notice. So it is sent. We'll have one more match here coming up in just a moment. Maybe I hit close instead of remove at one point for it, but whatever the case, it's sent. F11. Pull down the slate. You're welcome. Thank you for playing. Playing and watching. All right, VIL_BR. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it greatly. Okay, so we'll go off the end game screen here. And so, Musical Man, if I don't know if you've got a code that you've posted, or if you could get one, I'd appreciate it. We'll go ahead and get this last game going here. Okay, I'm going backwards. So you said your deck wouldn't let you play? I'm going back in chat and trying to play catch up there. It doesn't say what the problem is. It could be, let's see, oh, here we go, there's the code. I'll get that typed in, and we'll get this last match of the broadcast finished strong here against Musical Man. And I start to type it in Twitch chat. Wrong keyboard.
Warsaken.
All right, so the last match here, I'll go ahead and take down the queue. Okay, so okay. 2 sets of 2, just the one building card. I'll keep it. It's my turn. 2, Play the pair of Blinding Sandstorms. That'd be great fun, Mama Boofin. Where I think we're going to really have some fun is coming up 3 weeks from now. It's just by chance, it worked out perfectly. June 15th is 615 Day, which in Nashville, 615 is the primary telephone area code. 615. And June 15th, written American style, is 6/15. So it's very much on brand for me with the NashvilleLou collection with my art on wax. To do stuff celebrating that the last couple of years, and now with the live stream, we can really do it the way I want to. So I think that's going to be fun 3 weeks from now. Thinking out loud with this, under promise, over delivers what I want to go with, but
Select target.
do my best to make it worth everybody's while to. And look at that tenant card there. Nice. Very nice. It's cool to run across these cards I've never seen before, certainly not seen in gameplay here thus far. Three of a kind for the Force, so I'll be down to 3 territories. Four. Okay. Oh, no. Could go double building, but I don't... We'll go ahead and play the other 2 building cards there, the barracks, and that'll end my turn. Talking about sports commentary, and with sports you get such a wide range, even for just a standard sportscaster. A sport like ice hockey, I don't think I would be able to do that very well. It moves so fast, and there are guys that can make it work. I had a freelance gig back in 2008 with NHL Network. They were doing features on like the main play-by-play announcers for the various NHL teams, and at the time Pete Weber was doing television play-by-play along with Terry Crisp, and they're as nice as could be. And I was hired for the day to serve as the producer for the piece. Sit down, ask the questions, and Pete Weber and his wife were just as nice as could be. It was cool getting to see a little bit of behind-the-scenes stuff with the Nashville Predators hockey team. But most memorably to me was being up there at the top of Bridgestone Arena. So it had a different name back then, but it's Bridgestone now. And Pete from way up there, even with a monitor, I don't care, you can have a Jumbotron. Just, it's so fast, and you've got to keep track of the names and who's out there and which number. And the way jerseys look now, where they treat them more like art projects than ways for people to identify the players, which is the whole idea. All right, so it's your role there, musical man, whenever you're ready. something that's helped a lot with this, and I don't imagine most of my streams are going to go 7 hours. That's asking a lot of an audience, and I would never expect anybody to stick around for that long. But if people that have a half hour here or there that want to see something live, and I make, for all of my broadcasts, I turn them into highlights as soon as I'm done, so they're on Twitch here indefinitely. And I could envision, I could take a stream like this and just put together individual matches potentially, but I don't even know if that's as appealing as just having something together where, and the nice thing with Twitch as well, it retains the chat, so people want to see, well, how involved is the community with a given, somebody like me who's new to this particular game, not to broadcasting, somewhat new as far as using Twitch as well as some of y'all do. Some of y'all are just amazing what you can do. Really impressive. Okay. Oh, I hear you. It was mixed emotions for me with the Rams going back to Southern California. I've got friends in St. Louis. People have been up there for the St. Louis Cardinals football team before they left for Phoenix back in '88. But this is an entirely, that could be even further ago than it is time-wise compared to how things have escalated as far as values of major professional sports franchises. But it was such a cool thing for me back in 2017 to get to do broadcasting for Nashville SC, the U23 season. They're ramping up this brand new organization to go into the USL, the second division in the United States, North America, for soccer. At that time, nobody was even saying the letters MLS. To think of it, it was obviously you'd hope for it, but Nashville at that point didn't have pro soccer. You had me by myself at Vanderbilt's football stadium in the press box where I couldn't see the near side sideline. I couldn't see either near side corner. I didn't have a monitor. I didn't have a spotter. I hadn't called soccer since college in the 90s. But like I always say, you give me a microphone, as long as you know all that and you're okay with it, I will try. And so what I didn't have in technical knowledge about soccer, what the rest of the world calls football, I was able to talk about Nashville and this being my hometown and how for years and years we didn't have pro soccer, but how I'd seen what had happened with the ECHL and the Nashville Knights. And then you have the NHL big time here. And it's gotten the huge support. That was around the time the Preds were playing for the Cup. And so, and there we were as, this small, organization, relatively speaking at the time. And they were the Preds, Stanley Cup Finals. But that organization was always cool to deal with. And my goodness, did pro soccer ever take off? My hometown proved me right, and I will forever be grateful for that. And it was cool I get to be a part of that. I really had no business calling soccer. There are so many people out there that know the sport so much better. But in life, it's not always what you know, it's who you know. The guy that was doing the video, longtime buddy of mine, somebody I trust, somebody who's helped me out tremendously in my career. And I've helped him out with stuff too. Dean Johnson, awesome. He's the one who helped me get in over to Swanee, doing their men's lacrosse. Okay, so I don't know what's happening here with this game. So I don't know. Musical Man, if you're here, let me know, because otherwise I think this is going to have to be it. But thank you so much, everyone, for the kind words. Taking the time to watch. I'll refresh it. Okay, let's do that. If you're still here, Musical Man, I want to keep playing. I wonder why it's not. I'll bring the slate up for just a second, because I want to finish this match. I want you, if you beat me, to get a chance to get on that prize wheel. I'd love to end this stream with a big prize. Okay, it is my turn. I wonder why I did that. See? You're right. Okay, here we go. 3. Yes, thank you. I've hit refresh, and that worked out well. Uh-oh. Let's see. All right, play the soldier barracks. Is there a certain amount of time where it's worthwhile to do that? Like, I don't want to be too quick to do that if I should wait, but that's something I'm still learning with this. When this happens, what does the proper move dictate, or what's the proper protocol? Okay. And we're only 2 more as far as the actions I can take this turn. Those are all action cards out there. There's some risk to doing it this way, but I'm going to. Well, it's weird because, I mean, obviously the rest of the world, it's, you know, international football. It would be a lot easier if it's too bad that the sport, they had to pick the same name. You couldn't have picked any other name but football, but they picked it. So, but I tell you what, the semester I spent in the UK at Harlexton College in Grantham, England, had the time of my life. And I gained a huge appreciation for just how important that is there, for not just in the UK, but around the world. And it's been great to see it finally start to catch on the way that I know it can here in the US. It's not to the level like it is elsewhere. I'm not going to pretend that. But I tell you, they're setting the stage. So the Romans prototype. Yeah, well, it's exciting to get drawn into it. Or it looks like it's going to be a sure breakaway, but it's an offside. All right. Go 3 of the kind with the propaganda. Take the morale down to 4. Yeah, it's a great sport. What the rest of the world calls football, what in the U.S. gets called soccer. Like, that's Nashville SC is soccer club. And I was even like, okay, because calling those games, I'm like, all right, I don't want to embarrass the organization or myself. I'm going to do my best to not say anything stupid as far as, but I want to make sure I also get across the potential, because I saw fans that would get there before I would. I get there super early as a broadcaster. Get there early, make sure you're in place. I got there before, like, right around when they would actually open the stadium at all, even for just anyone to get in there. And the roadies, the roadies were one of the supporter groups. And I was amazed. I'm like, they were just going bonkers over this. And there was a small amount of them that grew and grew and grew. And by that next year for the USL, man, they made their presence felt. And we ended up getting an MLS team, which is just amazing. Absolutely love that. I will go with a pair of Cent architectural plans. And that'll end my turn. Yeah, men's and women's soccer, there are certain aspects of it that are different. I called quite a few women's soccer matches when I was in college. So 3 of a kind there on the intel. Two more actions here. My turn. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very different sport. One that has evolved a lot through the years. Okay, so we'll make room there. I'll play a pair of Jacks, Nashes. Past 7 hours, my goodness. So this is going to be the last match of the broadcast here. Yeah, rugby. I enjoy rugby. I enjoy, what was it? is it called rugby sevens? I don't want to say the wrong thing with that, but that is such a fun sport to watch. My leader's compromised here. It just takes one more force to match up for my opponent, but not that turn. My turn. 5. I was hoping I'd get a WMD to drop in there, and that's not what happened. We'll make space there. We'll play a pair of private Saravettes. And then 2 more. I mean, at this point, I'll take my chances on filling up that 4th spot. Or should I, though? Maybe not. I'll take my chances with the weather, but I don't know. Okay. Your turn. Yeah, rugby. You've got to be tough to play rugby. And I mentioned Harleston College, and it was really cool because they had like a introductory thing to teach American college students the basics of rugby. Had some fun with that. They wouldn't let us play against the locals, and because the locals would have smashed us. Wow, I think I'm going to win it here. I rolled a 6. I've got 3 of a kind for a WMD. Oh, wait a minute. That truly... Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, hang on. Let's see. Maybe, okay. Let's see. Hang on. I didn't leave that 4th spot open. I got the Terrifying Storm. I think we're going to finally have case to use the 3 extra plays in that turn versus the extra spin or extra turn. Okay, let's stop and think for a second here. 2 Terrifying Storms. I play a 3rd. It's going to open up a spot. Now I'm going to use the 3 actions. Although, will it go above 6? What happens? Does it turn to an 8? Let's see what happens. Showing a 6. Which would be enough now. That opened the space up. That's really what I needed.
Select target.
Wow, what a turn of events.
Compromised.
Alright, so, okay, when you have above 6, it just shows a 6 and then adjusts it correctly when it goes below it. I only needed a 3, though. Play the cheetah.
Select target.
That's going to do it. Alright, good game.
Leader eliminated.
MMA, that's, I think, the most intense sport I've ever seen live was, this sounds crazy, in a bar in Birmingham, Alabama in 2007. They had MMA, and it was the most intense thing. Just the pure, you could feel it, like visceral, you could feel the intensity. I've never experienced anything quite like that. At that MMA show. Anyway, much respect for the sport and the people who play it. Okay, so that's going to do it here for this broadcast. Thanks to everybody who took the time to watch, play. It's 7 hours of gameplay. For people that are looking how to play, you've got plenty of examples. I've tried to work in some stuff with morale-based decks to some degrees of success. Gave away some stuff. Got some great stuff we're going to be carrying over to the next time. I'm not sure when my next stream's going to be. Maybe sometime this weekend. We'll see. I'm going to take a quick peek here. Over on... Is there anybody else that's streaming right now? Warsaken? It looks like it's only me. Okay. All right. Okay, I will do. I'm going to check out the server here. I'm going to need a couple of minutes to cool down the broadcast. Oh, the breaks helps a lot. That's how I would have not. It would have been a most uncomfortable time to get there. That's another reason why flying is so tough for me, is if the really bad motion sickness weren't enough. I'm 6'2". I got long legs and crammed up there. Those economy seats. Not so much fun. But this game has been a blast to play. Had so much fun with it. And we've only just begun with it. So I'm excited to see what happens next. Be checking out the Warsaken Discord. All right. So thanks everybody for taking the time to watch, to chat. I appreciate each and every one of you. Greatly appreciate it. We're going to have some fun with this. We've had fun. We will continue to have fun. Oh, Soul the Cat, you about to get started? Oh, I'll do a raid for you then. You go and get started then, Soul the Cat. Oh, so you made it to Champions League today. Okay, I've been out of the loop today with sports. It gets really intense for me right before the NFL draft. And so I get like hyper focused on a lot of sports stuff. And May is kind of my time where, especially if, like about the lacrosse broadcasting to do, I'd really hoped Swanee was going to be able to make it to the NCAA tournament. Had a great team and just had a really narrow loss against a very good team up in the form of the Center Colonels up at Center College. Okay, well, I'll wait here just a second then before I would much prefer to do a raid into Soul the Cat. The Crypto Wrench? Well, I mentioned it to Soul the Cat just here after she popped in, so I don't know. There she is. Okay, you know what? Let me know next time about Crypto Wrench, and let me see what I can do with that next time, but I promise Soul the Cat. And so, now the question is, can I figure this out here, Lou versus Technology style? But thanks so much, everybody, for taking the time to watch here this episode of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Okay, I'll make a note of that for Discord there, Rusky Music. Thank you. So we're going to now, the part of it where I do a raid. For Soul the Cat. Whereas I had the whole URL copy for me, as opposed to just the name. I could have done it the easier way. All right, so that's going to do it for this broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Stay tuned. Doing a raid right now. Over to Soul the Cat. See y'all there. Bye for now.